Okay, great. Great. We can get this okay here. We can get started, and please turn on your microphones and pull them forward when speaking. I'd like to call the February 27th, 2023 meeting of the Town of Niskayuna Planning Board and Zoning Commission to order. Mr. Henry, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Laflamme.
Here.
Mr. Scribby-Dennis.
Here.
Mr. Khan.
Here.
Mr. McPartland.
Here.
Mr. Darpino.
Here.
Ms. Gold.
Present.
Ms. Strang is absent and excused. Mr. Drescher.
Here.
Chairman Walsh.
Here. Thank you. All right, we have approval of the minutes from the February 13th, 2023 meeting. Can I have a motion for the approval of those minutes?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. McPartland for approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Laflamme. And is there any discussion? I have only one minor correction. We can make a friendly correction, and that's the on the members present. Mr. McPartland's listed as virtual, and he was here in person for that meeting. And that's the only minor comment that I have. Does anybody else have any comments regarding the minutes? No? Okay. Hearing no comments. All those in favor of approval of the minutes from the February 13th, 2023 meeting signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, hearing none opposed, the February 13th meeting minutes are approved. We have no public hearings tonight, so we're going to move to privilege of the floor. Before we get started on privilege of the floor, just a couple comments. I know there's a lot of people here. I would appreciate if you could at least summarize your concerns for the board. We do get copies of all the letters or emails that you submit. In fact, we've already gotten a round of them put out prior to this meeting. So if you could just summarize and keep it brief, because we got a lot on the agenda and also the weather coming in. So please appreciate it. I appreciate that. And I'll try to prod you along if we're not moving quick enough. All right. But also I'd like to say for the board later on and for the public's information, under commission business tonight, I'd like to have a discussion regarding privilege of the floor at that point in time. So hopefully we have enough time to talk about that later on. Yeah. And also I just want to state, I know looking at some of the emails and things I've seen, one of the things is that we, the board here, we don't go out looking for projects, but we have we have an obligation that when we do get an application to take it through the process. People have a right to make application, and there's a code that we follow, and that's what we do. Whether or not we like a project, we can't dismiss it. We need to take it through the grinder and bring it to closure. All right. And the other thing I'd like to say, I saw some comments where we're worried about finances and trying to generate revenue for the town. I tell you what, we're not looking for any projects. We don't go out looking for development. We're here for when people come to us. If there's no more development in town of Niskayuna and they put us out of business, it wouldn't disappoint me in a bit, and I'm sure the other board members either. But that's not the way it works, and that's why we're here to make sure that we follow the process and we give everybody the opportunity, both developers and residents, to build our community in alignment with things such as the comp plan and things that change. Okay.
And I guess I would like to offer Chairman Walsh at last meeting and this current meeting today, the town planner, Laura, and Clark will give an overview, at least in the process concerning the average density development, which is one of our applications here today. And it's good that the public becomes more and more aware of all the steps in that process.
Yeah.
To reinforce Chairman Walsh's point about our goal is to actually march these applications through a fairly well-defined process.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Khan. Okay. All right. All right. With that said, privilege of the floor is open. So let's please come to the microphone and, as I stated, summarize any concerns or anything you'd like us to know about.
Good evening. I'm Mark Thomas of 1265 Ruffner Road, and I am here to read a few emails on behalf of a few of my neighbors. The first one is from Margaret Corey. Dear Ms. Robertson, I'm a resident of Hilltop Road, which parallels the northern edge of the Mohawk Golf Course. I commented earlier on the proposed housing development proposed for the Mohawk Club property, but since then I have learned more about the project. I'm ready to document my opposition to allowing the project to proceed any further for the following reasons. The project adversely impacts a significant number of existing properties. Besides the impact of the two homes on Ruffner Road affected by the proposed entrance boulevard, other homes along Ruffner Road will be adversely impacted. In the short term by construction vehicles and noise, if the project proceeds, but more importantly, long term due to the loss of privacy, adverse impact to views, and increased traffic. As noted by many other commenters, there is significant wildlife in the area, including pileated woodpeckers and peregrine falcons. I have seen both species several times while walking through the neighborhood, as well as many other bird species, fox and deer. The meeting minutes from the 12/7/22 CAC meeting state that the petitioners would consider some type of wildlife mitigation on other areas of the Mohawk property. However, as noted by commenters during the last planning board meeting, the Mohawk Club is in fact destroying additional wildlife habitat on the northwestern portion of their property where they have been cutting down mature trees for many weeks. To me, this speaks of their lack of interest in protecting wildlife and open spaces. The traffic study put forth in the public record is incomplete, not to say disingenuous. The drawing of traffic impact only considers a portion of Ruffner Road. Vehicles proceeding northward will make their way to Knott Street East, either by accessing Rosehill Boulevard or, more commonly, turning onto Rao Road from Wamer. Rao Road is already victim to speeding vehicles, despite several residents with young children who live along the road and enjoy biking in the neighborhood. This is in addition to the traffic concerns directly on Ruffner Road, which other commenters have documented. The compliant open space drawing actually shows a greater square footage of disturbed space than the non-compliant drawing. Living down gradient from the golf course as I do, there have been drainage and runoff issues from Mohawk Club property, and adding more impervious footage from both structures and paving will only increase the potential impact of down gradient landowners. Issues identified with at or near capacity water lines and sewer lines seems to have been lost in recent discussions. Expansion of these utilities will result in only more construction and land disturbance. There is nothing in the project to provide any additional community benefit. In fact, it is disheartening that the developers flatly refuse to consider options that would impact the existing golf course layout in any way. Finally, it was stated in an article in the Albany Business Review, noted that the project addresses a need for additional housing in Niskayuna. The same article states the proposed housing will be in the 500,000 and up range. Whose need is being addressed by this housing? The impacted properties on Ruffner Road and the adjacent neighborhoods have been desirable housing for many years, and we are fortunate that our properties have not only been maintained but increased in value. Yet, as documented in previous comments from a realtor, construction of the proposed homes and townhouses is very likely to adversely impact property values of many town residents, who not only pay taxes but are good neighbors and good community members. The record shows that there will be no adverse financial impact to Mohawk Club operations if the project does not proceed. I can only conclude that the beneficiary of the project is only the owner of the club and his developer. And that's Margaret Corey of Hilltop Road.
Just for information, Mr. Thomas, we have all received, we've already gotten copies of all these letters, and the town planner has a
Right.
copy.
But the
I would just.
public
please-
hasn't heard it.
Please try to summarize if you could. No, they'll have an opportunity because it'll also be included in the packet and the minutes, so there'll be plenty of opportunity to review those. So if you could summarize, I really appreciate it.
This is from David Furman at 1269 Ruffner Road. This proposal has received numerous comments from neighbors on Ruffner Road and nearby streets. None of them have been favorable. The concerns have been many, including changes to existing ambiance of the affected areas, increased traffic flow, its noise, and how it will affect walking, jogging, and bike use of Ruffner Road, lowering of property values in the neighborhood, adverse effects of drainage along Ruffner Road, impact on town water and sewer, impact on school district, impact on wildlife, demolishing of existing home, long-term effects of eliminating trees and adding more home heating and air conditioning on problems associated with climate change. More issues, but you get the idea. Throughout the entire process, the developer has refused to counteract any change to the existing golf course as though it is somehow more important than the people who will be harmed by the development. I now have to say that everyone knows it's true, but is not brought out into daylight. This is a development unwanted by its neighbors and resented by them, but with all of the adverse effects borne by those neighbors, so that the developer will suffer no adverse effects at all. And a small number of individuals who can afford to play an expensive game on a historical golf course will continue to enjoy their pursuits at the expense of the rest of us. To put it bluntly, this development is a bummer. Its adverse effects vastly outweigh any positive effects, and the proposed development should be refused, period. Next is from Deborah Friedson of 2508 Waymer Lane. My name is Deborah Friedson, sorry. I'm a retired Niskuna teacher, community advocate, volunteer, healing artist, and an over 30-year Waymer Lane resident. When I see something that is clearly wrong, I find a way to work for what is right. Such is the situation with the Mohawk Club Residential Development's proposed destruction of our neighborhood. This is a clear violation of trust for those of us who purchased homes in a quiet area that values family, children, nature, safety, and community. I am appalled by the scope of this project. I grew up in Schenectady admiring the beauty of Ruffner Road. One of my friends lived in a home not far from 1245 Ruffner Road, the house purchased for demolition. I walk on Ruffner Road daily, and although I enjoy it tremendously, there is a large amount of traffic on the road already. The thought of the town allowing a home to be removed, a possible traffic light, and the certain increase in traffic is counter to how our neighborhood was designed. This is clearly wrong. We invested in this neighborhood in good faith that the town would protect our environment. The proposed development will certainly alter the character of our community, adversely impact the amount of traffic, disrupt and displace wildlife, destroy a home, and impact property value, create a neighborhood access that is an eyesore and dangerous. This is clearly wrong. Mohawk Club appears not to respect the neighbors who surround the immense golf course property. If they did, they never would have considered popping an entrance into the proposed project in the middle of such a historic and beautiful neighborhood. There already has been a flurry of activity by Hilltop Road. It is unsightly. I do not trust what they will do. That will impact neighbors on every side. This is clearly wrong. I hope the town will protect the residents impacted by this proposed development. My husband and I have raised our children here. Now we help care for our grandchild within the safety of our beloved neighborhood. We beg you to do what is right. And finally, I have from Rita Fleischman. To the Niskuna Planning Board, my name is Rita Fleischman. I've resided at 1353 Wemple Lane since 2005. When I made the decision to move from Schenectady, I told my real estate agent I only wanted to look at homes in the Ruffner Road neighborhood. I enjoy walking my dog in this peaceful neighborhood. On the walks, I see children playing basketball, people riding bikes, other dog walkers. I've seen deer and foxes on my walks. I believe this project will negatively impact the environment, wildlife, and will create a public safety risk with the increase in traffic. The Mohawk Club's proposal will forever change the character of the neighborhood. I'm imploring the board to do what is right and protect our neighborhood. Respectfully, Rita Fleischman. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Shoshana Bule, and I live at 1119 Ruffner Road, and I've spoken to you before. I'm not going to reiterate the points that I've made in the past. My family opposes this development and opposes specifically the disruption plan for Ruffner Road. I wanted to point out one thing that I thought was significant from the new materials versus the materials that were before you at the January 23rd meeting, and that is the roundabout that was the focus of so much outrage and consternation during the comment period at that meeting has now been withdrawn and replaced with other potential proposals. I could have told you that it would have been withdrawn. Nobody with sense would have believed that they really wanted a roundabout at that area. It's a narrow road. It wouldn't have worked, and it was complete red herring designed to outrage us and potentially distract us enough so that when they made a more reasonable proposal, we would cave in. We're never going to cave in. Nobody wants this. And as I wrote in my letter, which I'm not going to read from, there are many reasons why we will not back down, and we absolutely will implore you to continue to use the articulated process, going through all of the mandatory steps, requiring all of the independent reviews and checks and balances, all of the seeker reviews, all of the mandatory legal process. And we all will be here every meeting to ensure that the Mohawk Club realizes that we're serious about our opposition to this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tracy Morehouse. I live at 1206 Ruffner Road. And I actually was at the variance board last year because I wanted to reduce my side plot. And I'm only telling this story because it was very interesting how much care they took to think about, well, if I take 10 feet from my side plot, is it going to affect my neighborhood? And they did let me have it, because most of the houses are under the 20 feet anyway, because the plots went in 20 years after the houses were built. But when I think about the garage, and then I think about, I happen to live across from where one of the access roads might be. They're talking about for emergency, or down the street from the other. So I looked at the new thing that was online. Let's start with number one. Number one is access on Ruffner, house removed. And it has emergency access on Ruffner. Number two has access on Ruffner. 3A is emergency access on Ruffner. 3B, emergency access on Ruffner. 4A, emergency access on Ruffner. 4B is the same. 5A is the same. 5B is the same. 6 is the same. 7 is the same. 8 is the same. And 9 is actually removing the house. I don't understand with 190 acres why he wants to do anything on Ruffner. I understand why he wants the access. It's a desirable street. One house just sold the other day, went in 2 days. But why does he have to put anything on Ruffner? Why does he have to put anything on Row? He's got 190 acres. I don't care how many golf tees he takes out, as long as he doesn't destroy a neighborhood that I've come to believe is what we all bought. We bought beautiful houses where you could walk, where you could ride your bike, where you can have kids. When I bought my house 15 years ago, it was mostly elderly people. I would say 80% of the people there now have children. They bought because they want the school district. They bought because they want to walk. And I'm not picking on anybody, but I can't even believe any of this is being even thought of as something that is going to be approved. I mean, I'm rebuilding the outside of my house. I'm the house with the 2 tents. I wouldn't have put 10 cents in my house if I knew they were going to do this, because my house property would go down. And I don't think any of us should have to suffer for the fact that he wants to develop his land. Develop your land. You got 2 or 3 accesses in and out of that place right now. Why bother anybody else? Use your 190 acres for yourself and leave us all alone. Don't change our roads. Don't put access. Don't put emergency access. Don't do anything that disturbs the supposed quality of the neighborhood that's been there for 72 years. Why do we care? I don't care if they move the T. I care that my house doesn't go down in property value. I care that I don't have extra cars running on it. I don't think anything should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity. I apologize in advance if I take up too much time. I know time is an issue, but I do think that this is a very important topic, and I think I have something to offer that you might not have heard before. And I think it's important that you hear the whole story about this. My name is Jim Dillon, and I've lived at 1242 Ruffner Road with my wife Louisa for almost 30 years. I have written a letter, and I ask you to read it, but what I'm going to do now is take a little bit more of your time to tell a story, one that I think you need to hear. Every morning, I go out to retrieve the Daily Gazette from my front sidewalk, and I see 1245 Ruffner Road, the house that the country club wants to demolish. It's not the type of house that you see designated for demolition, especially in a neighborhood like ours, where houses never get demolished. They only get improved. When I look over, I recall that not too long ago, I would see a beautiful young family there. A dad, a mom, a young girl, a young boy, enjoying their home and their yard. The mom and dad said that they loved their home, and they invested time and money in improving it. They would readily tell you that they love living on Ruffner Road and being a part of the neighborhood. And for them, living in Niskayuna was a dream come true. The mom got a great job offer that required her and her family to move out of the area. They regretted having to leave their home and their neighborhood, but the job was too good to pass up. As soon as the house went on the market, they received an offer for it above the asking price. How could they say no, you might ask? Well, I think I know. I think I know what might have made them say no and wait for another comparable offer, one that probably would have been forthcoming because of the seller's market at the time. I think that they might have turned down the offer if they had had more information, if they knew the whole truth about who the buyer represented and what the buyer's plans were for the home that they loved. I bet if that family that lived in 1245 Ruffner knew the whole truth about the country club's plans, they would be here tonight speaking out against a proposal to save their home and neighborhood. I can't be sure of this. It is my opinion based on what I know of that family. But I recommend that the board maybe try to contact them to find out what transpired for certain. Apart from that family, though, the question is, would any family, would your family sell their home if they knew that the buyer planned to demolish it? What homeowner here tonight or at home watching in Niskayuna, in New York State, or anywhere would sell their home only to have it demolished, especially if the only reason for doing so was to help the rich get richer? I think you and I know the answer. But do you know who probably knows the answer better than anyone? The country club. They knew that they couldn't tell the whole truth for the following reasons. There was a high probability that the family would turn down the offer. They knew that most families wouldn't sell a home that they loved to have it demolished and have every trace of it removed. Perhaps the family wouldn't want to disrupt the neighborhood they loved and wouldn't want to make the roads more dangerous for their friends and neighbors. Perhaps the family would have waited for a comparable offer given the market at that time. Maybe they knew that this family would probably prefer to sell their home, the home that they loved, to another family, so they too could love it and live in it. But perhaps the country club representatives also knew in their own hearts that they too would not want to sell their own home if they knew that it was going to be demolished so someone could make more money. So telling the whole truth would risk the country club probably more than they can afford. Because buying 1245 Ruffner and demolishing it was their key move, the linchpin for their plan to accomplish two things: preserve every inch of their golf course, but most of all, to make a lot of money. And now, if they come and tell you that it wasn't about the money, you can be sure it's about the money. Knowing all this and the risk for telling the truth, what would you think the country club might do? No, they wouldn't lie, but they might just conveniently withhold the whole truth. And if this is what they did, you could say, as my father used to say, they pulled a fast one. Perhaps the only reason we are rightly here tonight is because they pulled a fast one. Why might they pull a fast one? From their point of view, why shouldn't they? Perhaps at the country club, 1245 Ruffner was just a house, a building with a number on it that got in the way of their plans. One that stood in the way of them making more money. And what do people with a lot of money typically do when anything stands in their way? They most likely would knock it down and make it go away in order to get what they want. This is a story, sadly, that is repeated too many times in our country. The story of the rich getting their own way, regardless of the cost that others have to pay. Unlike the country club, Oh. So how one views 1245 Ruffner explains the biggest difference between the country club and almost everyone here tonight. It is a difference between a house and a home. Unlike the country club, we would never consider demolishing a home in our neighborhood. For us here tonight, we're trying to save our neighborhood. And 1245 Ruffner is a beautiful home, one of many beautiful homes that comprise our neighborhood. And we want it to stay that way. Remember, we are homeowners, not house owners. To us homeowners, knocking down 145 Ruffner, demolishing it would be tantamount to knocking down and demolishing a piece of our own home. To us homeowners, the image and the possible sound of a bulldozer traveling through our neighborhood, passing our homes, and then demolishing and leveling a perfectly good home and removing any trace of it is not only repugnant, it is a nightmare that sadly could come true. Ironically, the country club should have empathy for us. Just as they shudder at the thought of disturbing any square inch of their golf course, we too in the neighborhood would like to preserve every square inch of it, including 1245. So when you reflect and deliberate as you make your decision on whether to approve this proposal or not, I ask you to use your mind and your heart. For your mind, I pose some other questions to think about. What would be the downside for giving approval? And what would be the downside for not approving it? Approving it would negatively affect all the homeowners in the neighborhood for the many, many reasons that they have shared with you. And you have heard them and listened to them, all these reasons, so I will not repeat them. Another less immediate downside to approving it would be that all homeowners in Niskayuna would have to worry about the precedent being set, that of rich developers purchasing private homes and demolishing them to promote their own plans. Last but not least of the downsides, approving it, the proposed development doesn't belong where the country club plans to put it. It violates the town's previous stated goal of preserving neighborhoods. The status quo of the golf course land, as it stands now, is that of being a good neighbor to the homes on Ruffner Road, as well as being a good place for the wildlife inhabiting it. The status quo is a good arrangement and has worked for many, many years. The golf course and the neighborhood living in harmony with each other. The status quo works. And if something works, and if something ain't broke, don't fix it. And if the country club had to resort to chicanery to make the proposal fit, it is probably as good a sign as any that the proposal is not a good fit. In fact, the country club's proposal is a great example of trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. It will never be a good fit for our neighborhood and for Niskayuna. Conversely, what would the downside be of not approving the proposal? I can only think of one answer. Some rich people will not get richer. Ironically, not approving the proposal would help the country club achieve one of its goals. It would preserve their golf course. Beyond analyzing the pros and cons in your mind, I have a request. Go home and reflect on all of what you have heard and read. Use your mind in weighing the impact of approving it or not approving it. But don't forget to listen to your heart while deciding the right thing to do, the good thing to do. And why do I suggest you take all of what you've heard home with you? Because the home that you love is the best place to listen to your heart. And your home is where your heart is. And don't forget another thing. If in fact the country club pulled a fast one on our neighborhood and on Niskayuna, please make sure that you don't reward that type of behavior by approving the proposal. Please do the right thing. Save the homes and the hearts of the homeowners in our neighborhood and in Niskayuna by not approving the proposal. Thank you for giving me your time and attention.
My name is Terry, and I do not live on Ruffner
Hold
Road,
that down.
but I live on Carlisle Drive. And a couple of years ago, what was next door to me was an empty lot, and a developer came to build a house. And what happened was, now my backyard is flooded. I had come to Niskayuna this meeting about them, with their plans, they had built a pipe coming straight from the house that they built right into my house, aimed right at my basement. I complained. Don't think it was ever really fixed. I did have to pay quite a lot of money to get a French drain dug up on the side of my house. So I'm just afraid for all these people on Ruffner Road, because I hear it is a wetland, that all of their homes are going to have the same problem. And they're going to be underwater. And, you know, wetness causes a lot of damage. And it's just not right. It's just not right to destroy everybody's home.
Terry, what's your address? Carlisle, what number is it?
1219.
All right, thank you.
My name is Jonathan Valancourt, and I reside at 1274 Ruffner Road. And I'm here to speak in opposition of the current plan proposed for 1245 Ruffner Road. Based upon prior discussions, the traffic study, the need to propose traffic mitigation methods, and the impact to the community, I request the board to reject or reconsider the average density development and require the resubmittal as a low-density residential plan, preferably with single-family homes, consistent with the existing R1 zoning district and the surrounding community. I also oppose demolition of the house at 1245 Ruffner Road. Ideally, all construction of this development can be restricted to within the boundaries of the Mohawk Golf Club lands and existing rights of way, instead of impacting Ruffner Road or Rowell or even any of the country club roads. I request the board to have the applicant study the feasibility of water and sewer access along all roads bordering the 1851 Union Street property lines, including lines that are on Union and Balltown Road. The applicant having control of these lands would permit access to water and sewer options beyond the overconstrained Ruffner Road lines and potentially open up additional water and sewer districts for consideration. The general planning section of the application that has not changed since I think the original application notes, and I quote, ensuring the subdivision is in harmony with the development pattern of the neighboring residential properties. Adding a monument sign, even considering a monument sign, does not achieve this proposed statement and thus should be prohibited by the planning board for any future consideration in association with this development. Clearly, that is an attempt to mark this property out as distinct and different from the community, as opposed to integrating it into the broader community, which was stated as an original planning assumption. In a prior meeting, it was requested that the applicant engage with the school board and other contractors to determine the impact of these added dwellings to the schools, especially the capital improvement project the school board is currently executing for a multi-million-dollar, multi-year project, especially with respect to the overall school capacities, specifically of Rosendale and Iroquois, which are both at or near capacity currently with the existing housing that is in the community. I have not yet seen this item addressed, and while Scheme 9 notes a larger impact, no data has been provided and no order of magnitude identified. So it is unclear if any study has been done or if it's just an off-the-cuff assumption. So having hard data and an actual integrated conversation with the school board and those impacted, since it will have a potential tax burden, is important to ensure goes into the consideration of this development. It is also noted that Scheme 7 comes close to leveraging existing cart paths, possibly making for less of an impact than identified in the document. Also, number 7 is similar to how vehicles access the existing maintenance facility, thus being consistent with existing use in the Mohawk Golf Club for vehicles within their property. So, based on the lack of an approved water and wastewater plan, a lack of clarity on the impact to schools, I requested the planning board table any further discussion of this item for the applicant until those are fully addressed, and the consultant engineering firm that has been identified as the board will be engaging with for a second opinion, until those studies are completed. It's probably the best thing for the interest of the board being able to get through some future work without an extended community dialogue, while also ensuring full data is available for any follow-on discussions. I would like to commend the applicant on their proposals number 7 and 8. Besides having the emergency access to Ruffner Road, which is undesirable, those two proposals are likely very viable options to base future adjustments upon, and does address several of the major complaints of the community, in my opinion. It was also artfully done such that they could even enable better access to their maintenance facility, which could be a major benefit to the club and potentially an unintended benefit that this development could provide to the Mohawk Golf Club, which is why I think those would really be beneficial options to have the developer pursue. And on a final note, the country club notes in the new packet the progression of the area over the past 80 years. And I think in some of the preamble to it, it is identifying how the development would fit within the character development of the area. However, I think this simply highlights that the club actively chose not to develop when they could, such that they could integrate a plan into the Ruffner Estates. Therefore, it is now incumbent upon them to absorb the penalties for a lack of planning in the past, rather than to have us absorb their lack of planning and foresight. So I think that is an important perspective there. I think their own documentation kind of shows how they've actively chosen to ensure that that piece was kept apart from the developments in order to preserve the nature. And then therefore, that would almost be the golf club acknowledging that in the future, if they were to develop that, they would knowingly have to make certain sacrifices and impacts in order to leverage the rights of way that were defined when the golf course was already in existence and would have had the ability to influence any of the planning assumptions that went into the properties that surrounded it. So I think those are important considerations and notes for the planning board to engage with the applicant this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Ken Schwartz, 1363 Ruffner Court. I was here a couple weeks ago and I read a letter from my wife. This is from me. I just have kind of statements coming from a different viewpoint. And the first one I want to make is there are two people on the board that live on Rao and grew up on Ruffner Court. And the man that grew up on Ruffner Court, I would bet his father moved there because of the neighborhood. And I would bet the one that lives on Rao moved there because of the neighborhood. That's point one. Point two, 2 meetings ago, it was stated that the state, quote, would never allow an access road to be put into Balltown Road. I love the word never, and I would like to see that from whoever in the state government in writing that says that is impossible. let's assume that isn't possible. Why don't they work out a deal with the curling club and see if the curling club wants to move down to Mohawk Harbor, where they're building an ice thing down there for ice skating and curling, seeing they go together, and then they'd have two accesses on Balltown Road, and then they'd have adequate access to come in from Balltown Road and leave the neighborhoods alone. No one's mentioned that. We lived there before Whammer was put in. We lived there before the holding area and the golf course was put in. And whenever there was a heavy-duty rain in the spring, the houses on Rao would flood. And if the power went out, forget it. It was like a hurricane went through, because you'd see everyone's basement was put on their front yard because of all the flooding. If they turn this area into housing with streets and the holding area, I would bet their design is not adequate for all the runoff. Just point of interest. And as you can see, I'm opposed to the project. They have adequate access from there. They could run a road down the golf paths to the property. They don't want to touch their pristine property, but they want to destroy 14 acres of their pristine property. We don't want our neighborhood destroyed any more than they want their neighborhood destroyed. How many people here are opposed to the project? Can I see some hands? How many people
Yeah,
are
please
for
address the board.
project?
Please
What?
address the board.
Okay, how many people are for the project? How many people vote that are for the project? How many people vote that are against the project? That's all I have to say. Good
Thank
luck with your choice.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Josh Spain. My three boys and I live at 1219 Ruffner Road. My wife and I, less than 2 years married, bought this home as our first home in 1999 with the intent that it would be our only home, our forever home. While we were drawn to the town itself and the Niskuna schools, it was really the neighborhood that we fell in love with. The mature trees and front yards and backyards, beautiful and varied landscaping, assortment of homes, all shapes, sizes, designs, and of course, the people that are here tonight. We love the walkable nature of Ruffner and the surrounding streets and neighborhoods. It's been all of that for us and more for these last 23 plus years. As you've heard from so many, and I want to emphasize it here again, the incredible wildlife that's also supported and sustained by these neighborhoods. The woodpecker, the hawk, the hummingbirds. It's funny that I feel like I have to say it again, but coming from Troy and coming from a city where I never saw this stuff, to see a coyote walk through my yard, it just blows me away. I saw it today, and it's amazing. So why do so many of my neighbors find it important to continue to emphasize all of these elements of our neighborhoods? It's what's drawn so many of us to call this our home. These elements that make up the character of our neighborhoods. Character is a big word for me tonight. It's kind of what I want to focus on. It's why so many of us are here, why so many of us have stayed on Ruffner and in those neighborhoods, and it can't be taken lightly. Frankly, I find it absurd, almost insulting, that representatives of the Mohawk Club are unapologetically prioritizing the history and character of their golf course, which serves the true needs of so few, over the history and character of our Ruffner Road neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhoods. Reconfiguring any part of the course is simply not an option. It's what we've heard. How could the character of a golf course possibly take any precedence whatsoever over the history and character of these neighborhoods? I know I don't have to tell you, as the planning board, as well as the members of these other important committees and councils that serve the board, how important a role you play in the development of our town, as well as the preservation of our precious neighborhoods. I trust, and so many of us trust, that you'll give this proposal the right level of consideration and apply the appropriate math and science and studies to inform and aid you in your questions, in your guidance, and in your decisions. But I also beg of you to consider what this project would do to the character and rich history of our neighborhoods, the families that make them up, the wildlife that's sustained by them, and the wooded areas all around them. There may not be specific statistics that you can point to that back up how important those are, There may not be a Gantt chart or an engineering study that can exhibit what they mean. But I beg of you to make them a very, very important part of weighing, the benefits and the drawbacks of this project. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to voice my opinion here. We need to preserve Ruffner Road neighborhoods, surrounding neighborhoods, so that so many of these families, like my own, can remain in their forever homes as they envisioned a year ago, 5 years ago, 20 years ago, 50 years ago. And in closing, just in case there's any question, because I know this came up very early in this process, I emphatically oppose any development by the Mohawk Club of that wooded area along Ruffner Road, and I'm sure many here do as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Melissa Cummins. I own and occupy and reside at 26 South Fagan Ave. I have emailed ahead today, so I'll try to be brief. Unfortunately, I was unable to attend the public hearing on February 13th with the Planning and Zoning Board.
Could you pull the microphone down just a little bit, make sure we get what you had to say?
Sorry.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
I'm a nurse, not a public speaker.
Great.
So I've been recovering from surgery, so I'm sorry for my delay in being here. So I have 3 small children. They're all under the age of 7. So to say that I'm busy, that's an understatement. A few days prior to the meeting, I did receive a notice in my mailbox about the 3900 State Street South Fagan project. And I'm here today to oppose any and all plans of this project. This project will affect my family tremendously. They're proposing to remove 2 homes, trees, grass, and make it a parking lot with bright lights, more bright lights, because one whole side of my house is bright lights already, which I knew buying it and going into it. The proposal will have an entrance and an exit directly in front of my house, directly in front of my house, where the haulers will have to turn and navigate and unload 8+ cars. Where are they currently unloading these cars, you wondered? Because I watched the meeting. My driveway. I have sent videos, pictures, photos to Laura over there regarding that. And the other places they unload is in the reconditioning lot, which is right outside my bedroom window. That makes for a really great night's sleep when they decide to unload at 1, 2, 3 a.m. Sometimes they stay for hours and sleep and rest until they open in the morning to then unload the cars. Unloading the cars takes 1 to 2 hours. There's 8 to 10 cars on each hauler. These haulers are contracted out by different people, not by Kia. So they all have their own way of doing things. Of course, my phone went off here. When we moved in, we did understand that this was a process, and now we're very, very familiar with it. The time, like I said, varies. One day there was a hauler parked in my driveway, and he was unloading, and my children were playing in that driveway, playing basketball, riding their bikes, writing the chalk on what uncrumbled driveway there is left still there. And when we asked the hauler to move, he said, "You really want me to risk my own life for these cars?" That's what he said to my husband. Of course, he said, "My children's lives are more important than your cars. Move along." So with much hesitance, he did. A delivery plan would certainly ensure that the delivery of the vehicles would be safe for the dealership and give the haulers peace of mind and safety. So that's definitely something that I think that you should take into consideration with that plan. Over the years, many people have used my driveway for whatever suits them, parking, waiting, stopping, and the town. The town parks in my driveway all the time to do work. They're big vehicles, they're dump trucks, they're everything. I sent videos of that as well. I've placed many signs on my property. The signs say that this is private property, no trespassing. I'm not one to call the police. I think that they have better things to do. But pressing forward, I will be doing that for the safety of my children, because they deserve a safe place to play. So This is my second request, but I would like my driveway replaced, please. In the center lot across the street, there's a very, very large spruce tree. In the proposal, the spruce tree will be removed. I have sent a photo of that as well, that tree. I thought we were saving trees and protecting the environment. Every spring, there is migrant birds of prey that nest at the top of that tree. And I know that because my son is very fascinated with them. He's 7. He has a collection of binoculars, many of them, and he watches them every day and tells me how many there is and how big they are. And I know their presence all too well because they eat the koi fish in the pond in my backyard. 13 of them they've eaten so far. That's a lot of money in koi fish. When they return in the spring, I will be happy to identify them. I'm not sure the type of birds. They either are falcons or hawks. I have reached out to the DEC, and they will now be monitoring this nesting site of that tree. So for those of you that are unaware, my street is zoned as a commercial highway. Personally, I just learned about this when I got the notice in the mail about the 3900 State Street project. This area has not been rezoned since 1971. I can't imagine that this area of South Fagan State Street looks anything like it did in 1971. That's just my opinion. On South Fagan, there is 5 houses total. One at the end that is vacant, but they do maintain the property. The one directly across the street where an elderly couple lives, there's EMS there quite frequently because I know they're not well. She sometimes sits on her porch and eats ice cream and waves to my children while they're riding their bikes. And the one next to it, which is 41, he said he's lived there long enough to not care. That was his opinion on the project. But these houses are my neighborhood. They're where I call home. It's not a highway. It's a neighborhood. And so I feel as though we should have it rezoned or at minimum spot zoned for the safety of my children and the neighbors. Which leads me to my next point. Last fall, the town water department placed an automatic flushing machine on my property because there is a hydrant on my property. I was here before regarding that because my water was brown. Not only was it brown, it was warm. There's no fluoride or chlorine in my water. My oldest son, who's 7, has several autoimmune diseases, several. He deserves safe drinking water. Surely the town wouldn't place an automatic flushing machine on a highway for safe drinking water. The flushing machine's working great. However, there's been at least five water main breaks on my line since I purchased this home. Personally, I've replaced my pipes to the main. I think it's fair to take into consideration the amount of water being used by the dealership at the reconditioning site while they're washing, detailing, and cleaning cars, which of course comes with a lot of noise, car alarms, vacuuming, chains clanking, all hours of the night. I was watching the videos and they said that they only work till 5 or 6. That is completely not true. They work until about 11 p.m. most nights over there. Sometimes they wait for the haulers to come and then they unload, or they're just cleaning and moving cars, hitting key fobs, beeping them, trying to find the cars that they can't find. And I listen to that all night long. So opening my windows is not a luxury that we have because we wouldn't sleep. So the special use permit changes the character of the street, the neighborhood. And if this plan is approved, then I'd like to request that signs be placed on my street that children are at play to keep my children safe, because this neighborhood is not commercial. It is residential. Removing trees and grass and replacing it with a parking lot makes it commercial. Thank you.
And just so you know, we did receive the Laura sent that information to us. I watched the video before he came over, and we all have copies of that. I believe the town board also receives copies of everything. So thank you. Privilege of the floor.
Hi, Mike McCarthy, 1237 Ruffner Road, corner of Ruffner and Mountain View. As you can imagine, speaking on the proposed Mohawk Club development, we opposed the project many of the same reasons that have been stated by our neighbors. I won't reiterate those here and try and keep it short. I did submit my notes to Laura, so you all have a copy. I would like to comment, though, on some of the new proposed access routes that were in tonight's proposal. Scheme 1 and 9, which involves tearing down the house on Ruffner and creating an access road, should be struck down by the planning board tonight and no longer considered an option. It's in direct conflict with the town's plan. It sets a dangerous precedent for future development of town green space, and it puts an undue burden on those directly near the new proposed road, who had a reasonable expectation that that would remain a house and not a new road. My concern around the access is not limited to that proposal or those two proposals. I feel that, Row Road, Ruffner, Linwood, Country Club are all part of what I refer to as kind of a cut-through corridor. Everyone in Niskayuna uses these as through streets to get to other portions of Niskayuna. Everyone who lives off of Rosendale cuts through the Country Club Estates to get to Union Street. Everyone who lives east of Balltown Road, uses Ruffner to Row or Ruffner to Linwood to traverse north and south without having to go on Balltown Road. The thought of adding traffic to any of these corridors is unacceptable. And adding them in any of those places impacts all four. Really, if you come out on Road, you're going to go down Ruffner. If you come out on Country Club, if you come out on Linwood, you're going to be using those same access paths to go north and south. The only two proposals that I think that the town should be considering are 7 and 8, which require access through the club's property. I believe that, this is really the only two that make sense. This is a project that is strictly to benefit an individual, not the residents of the neighborhood. The residents of the neighborhood should not be asked to carry the burden of that additional traffic and safety issues. With regard to the Scheme 7 and Scheme 8, which are the Union Street and Balltown Road proposals, I think the access is drawn to increase club impacts. I think that it could be drawn differently to be less impactful. I think they're, listing any hole that borders the proposed access roads is impacted. I feel there's a better path to access the plot that goes closer to the tee boxes on holes 3 and 13 without, directly being drawn across tee boxes like they have today on holes 11 and 12. I believe as mentioned earlier that the Balltown Road option should be considered as well. One gentleman proposed some sort of partnership with the curling club. I think, who has 2 accesses on Balltown today. I think that makes sense. I think there's an opportunity there to create a single access point and have the curling club access via the new proposed golf course access road and actually eliminate entrances onto Balltown Road. I also think that, that they haven't proposed or said what their future plans are, but the most likely future plans, right, if this does go forward, is their property off of John Paul Court. There's a triangle property there, and their par 3 golf course. If the Balltown Road access was the way that it was developed for this initial property, that would also provide access to both those plots, which, they're coming in 3 or 4 years after this one comes. So in summary, we oppose it, the development as stated. I think if you do go forward, if they pass the tests on a lot of those other issues that have been discussed, that you really need to restrict the access to options 7 and 8 and not put that burden on the town residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else here? Down hall?
Hi, I'm Johanna Horowitz. I live at 1223 Ruffner and have been living there since 1989. I'm really so impressed with the solidarity and the community of all the people in our neighborhood that are really coming together over this. And also really amazed at all of the many different reasons that people are presenting. I mean, everybody's got a slightly different objection, all of which seem to me really valid, but there are so many of them. There's so many reasons why this is wrong. I've been up here and spoken to you before, but I had a different point that I wanted to make tonight. And that is that I kind of went over and really read more carefully the town comprehensive plan and really thought it was, I thought it was very impressive because it was a very thoughtful view of our community. It evaluated all of the different neighborhoods. It set out a statement about Niskayuna's character and attributes that helped it grow, and also identified ways for us to build all of these strengths into the future. So one of the things that it said, and quote, to preserve and maintain the valuable historic, cultural, architectural, and archaeological heritage of Niskayuna for the benefit of present and future residents. So I read this and my jaw kind of dropped, because when you buy a house in one of the older neighborhoods of Niskayuna for the purpose of bulldozing it, you are actually destroying the architectural heritage, be it even only one house. This is not consistent with the comprehensive plan. And again, the plan. To ensure the viability of Niskayuna's traditional neighborhoods is maintained, action should harmonize the surrounding streetscape and maintain the neighborhood's cohesive character. This project, if it's part of Rosendale and part of Ruffner, is not consistent with the neighborhood at all. I mean, we are a cohesive community of unique houses on large lots. That is not what this addition is. There is nothing about it that harmonizes with the rest of the neighborhood. But what really stood out to me was this one. The plan said, new developments should not compromise the integrity of the surrounding neighborhoods. So I thought, there it is. So I urge you to turn down excess and appending it to Rosendale. It really does not belong. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Charles Horowitz. I live on 1223 on Ruffner Road. I'm reminded in being in this building that town offices were not always in this building. That many years back, the town offices were on the other side of Balltown Road, and there was a lot of discussion about this building and what this whole area would look like. And not all of the changes that came about, because this all used to be just a treed area. There wasn't even the road. Not all of the changes that have come to pass have been popular with everybody. But I think in looking at this area, you have this building, you have the green area next door, and you have the library, and you have the walkway and some of the townhouses. And I think that most people would say, well, at this point in time, it seems to work for what it is. And I wonder how it would be if adjacent to the green area next to us, somebody came in and said, well, I would like to put in a dog kennel a large dog kennel because I own that property and that's what I would like to put in there. And I think that most people in the town would be opposed to that because of the disruption to any concerts by the gazebo, to any events that take place there. What I would like you to walk away from this meeting knowing is that that is the level of intrusion that we feel. It is the Mohawk Club is that level of intrusion into our lives and into our daily lives and into the events around our lives. Now, I saw on the agenda today that part of what is up for discussion for the Mohawk Club is a special use permit. I would like to urge you to not support a special use permit for the Mohawk Club's project. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Town Hall?
Good evening. My name is Joel Rosenzweig. I live at 1241 Hawthorne Road. I am here to oppose the project. I think I can offer a unique perspective on this because when I moved into Niskayuna, it seems like everybody is well educated. I'm a construction worker. I own my own plumbing and heating business, but I'm a construction worker. So I'm a high school educated. I find myself on jobs all the time after engineers say something's going to work, fixing their college education with my high school one. So to hear somebody say we're going to run this by an engineer and they're going to stamp it, it's who's paying. Now, I only recently moved into Niskayuna. We found out about my house when we found out we were having my son. I've been living in the neighborhood now about 5 years. If you guys want to change the neighborhood, put speed bumps in. We need those. We don't need another development on the side. I live right at the corner pretty much of Mountain View and Ruffner. I'm watching people blow that stop sign all the time, fearing that my son may be getting hit one day there. I also, excuse me one second, sir. I've also been doing this for 25 years. I was raised a union plumber. I'm licensed out of the city of Albany. So I'm not just somebody who calls myself a plumber. I know what this has done to other areas that I've been on the project. Personally, for my business, hey, who wouldn't want to be able to walk to the job site? I would love that. But it doesn't fit what we have going on there. It doesn't fit the neighborhood. It doesn't fit the reason why I moved in. I think that's really all I can bring to the table on this is my perspective because I see how these things go wrong. I hear about how the parking lot's going to drain water this way or that way, and we have a watershed here. And as other people have pointed out, basements are flooded. It affects a lot more than that, and than just what people are saying. And with the Mohawk Golf Course itself, if they want to put it through their golf course, we can't stop them. I mean, that's their thing. That's their area. But to not mess up their golf course where, from what I understand, membership is dwindling, what are we going to develop the whole entire thing and send it through Ruffner Road? It just doesn't make sense to me for the reason why I came to Niskayuna. That is all I have to say tonight.
Thank you. Okay, anyone here? How about Lori? Have anybody online that want to speak tonight?
Yeah, I think there's a number of people online. I think I'll just go through my screen and call them and see if they would like to comment. But I did want to recognize the emailed privilege of the floor comments from Margaret Corey, opposed, Rebecca Shirtluff and Justin Craig, opposed, Shoshana Bewley, opposed, Mike Mason, opposed. I actually didn't write the first name. It's Rita Fleischman, opposed, Deborah Breeson, opposed, Ken Schwartz opposed, Mike Matvey and Maria Studley opposed, Mike Corey and Maddie McCarthy. I just got this one, and also Carol Furman, both opposed, and I will email those to the board tomorrow. And then I also had comments from the 3900 State Street, Melissa Cummins, which were opposed. So all of those received and we'll include in the minutes. And then I'm just going to go on my screen. You don't have to speak, but if you just want to let us know whether or not you want to speak. So the first one I have on my screen is Adam Ronan Gortlavitsky. If you want to unmute yourself, if you'd like to speak. Okay, I also see Rebecca Shirtleff. I did receive the email, but I see that you are online. Are you interested in speaking?
No additional comments. Thank you.
Okay. I also see a Kath Lucero. A Charles Porter. If you guys are having problems unmuting, feel free to email me and I'll just check my email if you're having a hard time. I also have a Kimberly Keene.
Hi, Laura. Yes, I'm present.
Yeah. Are you here to speak on the privilege of the floor?
No, we're here for Chase Bank.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah. I should have known that. Catherine Mentor.
I oppose.
Okay, thank you. Kyle, I know you're here for Chase Bank too. Is Benjamin Romer? Are you Chase?
I'm here. I'm not with Chase.
Oh, okay. Did you want to speak under privilege of the floor?
Yes. So Ben Romer, 1250 Ruffner. I spoke, I think 2 planning board meetings ago, but just want to say I am in complete opposition to this. My house was the one with the former exit of the roundabout. Thankfully, that has been removed. I definitely want to commend my fellow neighbors, and I stand in support of a lot of the comments that were made tonight in opposition to this. I think ultimately I'll just be brief, and Laura, I'll email you some points for Melanie and I. But I think that ultimately this comes down to being a Mohawk Club project on a single tax parcel. I think the only roadways that can handle any additional capacity and are state or county roads. I think it's got to be Union Street or Balltown, and that's where the project focus would have to be for a Mohawk Club project. I do think that the Wee course presents a much more viable option exiting onto a state road, and that's something for the engineers and the club owners and developers and the real estate advisors and whoever's on that team to figure out. And if it doesn't happen now or it takes a couple of years, then that's what it's going to be. But ultimately, that is a much more viable option where you'll actually probably get some support from individuals in this room or in that room and in opposition right now. The Wee course is already cleared. It's rarely used. I'm a Mohawk Club member. It's rarely used. There are people that go on it, but it is rarely used comparatively speaking to the club itself. And I think it presents a much more viable option for development. So that would be my 2 cents tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And then I know one of the people online is probably the Janet for 31 East Street, but I have both a phone number ending in *70 and a phone number ending in *48. I did have to mute one of you, so if you do wish to speak under privilege of the floor, you need to press *6.
Okay, anyone else online? *6 if you're on a phone, if you need to unmute yourself. It'll be last call for online and last call for in-house. Anybody like to add anything else before we close privilege of the floor? No? Okay, looks like we're good on privilege of the floor. Thank you for your comments. Let's see, we have. Yes.
I'm okay. Are you sure?
You okay?
I have 2 down here.
All right, so, no. Sorry, but you can email it and we'll get your comments.
I'm just gonna say as a disabled vet, this is not what I thought.
Yeah, we just need to, it's closed, so, but thank you for your comments. Okay, all right, so next up is the planning department presentation regarding the average density development subdivision and special use permit process, which we did at our last meeting. And the only application we have, which for an average density development at this point in time, is the Mohawk Golf Club. Mr. Henry, were you going to review that again tonight?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Walsh. As Chairman Walsh mentioned, this is a repeat broadcast, if you will, of the presentation we made at the February 13th meeting. And the goal here is just to respond to some of the questions that Laura has received at the planning office regarding the process that any and every average density development subdivision has to follow based on town code. So hopefully this will help identify the process that the planning board is following. So the first slide here just shows that any average density development subdivision, it's really composed of three driving factors. One, it's a subdivision of the land, and there's a section of the town code that addresses that we'll see in another slide or two. There's the definition and the requirements of an average density development itself. What specific requirements or specifications are there with this average density development? And then third, it's what's called a special principal use. And we'll also touch on that in subsequent slides, just to explain that a little bit more. Basically, a special principal use requires a special use permit from the town board. So the town board would have to approve a special use permit for an average density development subdivision to be approved. So, and again, all of this is found in the town code. Next slide, please, Laura. So basically, this is the slide of the town's website, located at niskuna.org. And you'll see in the lower left there's a red circle around a button called Town Code. All of the planning processes that are being followed are defined in the town code and in the zoning code. So next slide, please, Laura. So if you clicked on that town code button, you would come to this screen. And this shows several sections of this town code. If you scroll down all the way down from chapter 1 down to chapter 189, you would get to subdivision of land. So this is all of the town code relative to subdividing land. This portion of the code is divided into 6 articles, and those 6 articles include a total of 28 sections. So there's quite a bit of material here that's identifying rules and regulations that must be followed. If we scroll down even a little further in the town code, you would see chapter 220 called zoning, and that's where a lot of the requirements are also coming from, chapter 220. So next slide, please, Laura. So now if we clicked on, scroll down to the zoning code and we clicked on zoning, you would see Article 6, Section 220-28, and that is the average density development. This is where all the information can be found on regulations and rules that must be followed for an average density development. Go ahead, next slide, please, Laura. If you kept scrolling down in the zoning code, you would eventually find Article 10, which is called special principal uses. And as we mentioned, special principal uses require a special use permit from the town code. Next slide, please, Laura. So what we've tried to do is take all that information that's within all those sections of the town code and combine them into essentially the outline that an average density development project has to follow according to the Niskayuna Town Code and and the zoning code. So you can see it begins with what's called sketch plan, which involves the planning board, where we are right now. The applicant would submit a sketch plan application and a special use permit, and the planning board would review the project with the applicant at planning board meetings. Some of the other town groups, councils, would also review the project, such as the Conservation Advisory Council, the Tree Council, the Complete Streets Council, and they would all bring themselves up to speed with what's being proposed in the project. Ultimately, the planning board would hold a public hearing on their recommendation to the town board. Mail-out notification would be sent to every resident address within 500 feet of the entire perimeter of the average density development site. So anyone within 500 feet would be notified that there would be a public hearing. And ultimately, the planning board would act on a resolution for the sketch plan and make a recommendation to the town board regarding the special use permit. The special use permit, which is controlled by the town board, the Conservation Advisory Council would make a seeker recommendation, which is the State Environmental Quality Review. So they would assess the project from that perspective and make a recommendation to the town board. The town board would then hold their own public hearing. Notification for the town board's public hearing would only be notified through the newspaper. There are not individual mail-outs to residents as there are with the planning board public hearing, but it would be notified in the paper. And then ultimately, the town board would act on the resolution for the special use permit. So they may approve it or they may deny it. If it's approved, it would go back to the planning board and an application for a preliminary plat plan would be filed to the planning board. The planning board would again review the project at open public planning board meetings. The various councils, Conservation Advisory Council, Tree Club, Complete Streets, etc., would again review the project in significantly more detail now, because there would be a much more detailed plan of any project. And then ultimately, the Conservation Advisory Council would make a seeker recommendation to the planning board on the subdivision. The planning board would hold another public hearing, now on a more detailed plan regarding the seeker determination. And the planning board ultimately would take action on a resolution for either approval or denial of this application for a preliminary plat plan, which you could think of as a more detailed plan. So it would not be until the end of this step 3 that any average density development project would be approved to really go forward. So again, we just wanted to take all that information that's in the code and try to break it up into a little more understandable flow, and make people aware of the numerous steps that any average density development project has to go through, and the opportunity for people to provide comment on the project. So I won't go through the last couple steps you can see on there. That's what would happen if a project got through step 3. Then steps 4 and 5 and 6 are some of the requirements that go through really in executing something. But the key steps for approval would be 1, 2, and 3. Okay, thank you, Chairman Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. And that information is available in the packet for this week's meeting and also for our past meeting, which was back, I think it was the 13th of February. So anybody wants to look, follow that more closely, you can take a look at it online. All right. And thank you, Mr. Henry. Okay. We have a couple items under new business tonight. First item being resolution 2023-06, a resolution for sketch plan approval of a 2-lot minor subdivision and lot line adjustment, seeker determination, and call for a public hearing at Antonia Park/Pulcinelli Drive. I'll summarize the key points of the resolution, which is posted to their website, as always. Resolved that this Planning Board and Zoning Commission does hereby classify this sketch plan as a minor subdivision as defined by Chapter 189 of the Code of the Town of Niskayuna. And be it further resolved that the Planning Board and Zoning Commission does hereby grant sketch plan approval for the concept subdivision drawing entitled Homestead Place in Antonia Park, Section 9, by Gilbert Van Gilder Land Surveyors, PLLC, dated 10/17/22, with no further revisions, with the following conditions. 1, sketch plan approval is a conceptual review of the proposed lot division for the purposes of classification and preliminary discussion as described in the Town of Niskayuna zoning sections 189-6 and 189-22. The location of proposed boundary lines, infrastructure, utilities, improvements are subject to change during the environmental review, engineering, public hearing, and subdivision review process. And be it hereby further resolved that the Planning Board and Zoning Commission hereby determined that this project will not have a significant effect on the environment, and hereby directs the town planner to file a negative seeker declaration with the following comments from the Conservation Advisory Council. 1, keep the limits of clearing as small as possible so that as many mature trees as possible may be preserved. 2, wetlands should be added to the subdivision map and no disturbance of wetlands should be allowed. 3, drainage should be looked at closely to ensure no downstream impacts. And 4, no further subdivision restrictions should be no further subdivision restriction should be added to the parcels. And be it hereby further resolved that this planning board hereby call for a public hearing to be held on Monday, March 13th, 2023 at 7 p.m. in the Niskayuna Town Hall, 1 Niskayuna Circle, to consider the application of Fred Pulcinelli for a 2-lot minor subdivision, including a lot line adjustment for Homestead Place at Antonio Park at tax map parcel 40.1-54.11. Okay, do I have a motion for approval for the resolution?
So moved, Mr.
I
Chairman.
so move.
You can come on up, but we'll move it and second it, and then we'll have some discussion, okay? Okay, I'm sorry. So it was moved for adoption by Mr. Scributennis and seconded by Ms. Gold. And we can have some discussion. Did you want to talk of something?
Yes, I just was hoping, would it be possible to amend the resolution for the public hearing on March 27th rather than March 13th? I'm unavailable at that time, and I think it'd be best if I'm here for that public hearing.
Yeah, it's fine.
Is
Yeah.
that fine?
I mean, we should do an amendment to,
Okay.
yeah, but.
Yeah, if
fine
you
with us.
Let's do it.
want more time, that's, or more trees, that's fine.
I
Sure.
apologize, I'm
All right.
unavailable to attend that meeting.
Okay. All right, so I'll make a motion that we amend the resolution to change the public hearing from March 13th to March 22nd. Do I have a second?
So moved.
I'll second it.
It's already seconded by Ms. Gold. Thank you. And a move for the change by Mr. Scributennis. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so we have an amended resolution. And is there any discussion at all on the resolution as it stands? All right, bottom line is, things that we need to take care of, and we'll have the public hearing. We'll listen to what the public has to say. And we'll move the project along and hear what they have to say.
Sounds good, thank you very
All
much.
right,
Appreciate
so any other discussion or comments from the board?
Just reiterating that the utilities and the drainage are the real big thing on here. So you have that extra time, I would reach out to the engineering department and start working on those.
Absolutely, I've been working on getting that meeting scheduled.
Okay, good.
All right. All right, Mr. Hammond, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Laflamme,
Aye.
Mr. Scributennis,
Aye.
Mr. Khan,
Aye.
Mr. McPartlin,
Aye.
Mr. Darpino,
Aye.
Ms. Gold,
Aye.
Chairman Walsh.
Aye. Resolution's approved, and we'll have the public hearing on March 27th.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and let's see, a second resolution for tonight under new business, Resolution 2023-07, a resolution for site plan approval for a tenant change to a Chase Bank with walk-up ATM service at 2321 Knott Street East. Again, I'll summarize. Resolved that the Planning Board and Zoning Commission finds the above referenced site plan meets the requirements of the zoning code and previous site plan approvals, and therefore hereby approves the site plan with the following conditions. 1, signage. Prior to issuance of a building permit, the planning office will review and approve any proposed code compliant signage. 2, lighting. Prior to issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall supply existing lighting and color temperature data to the planning office, as well as an explanation of how the new lighting will blend into the existing lighting while complying with ATM requirements. The lighting changes will be reviewed and approved by the planning office, provided they are code compliant and blend with the surrounding lighting conditions and color temperatures. 3, landscaping. Prior to issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall supply a landscaping plan for review and approval by the tree council. The landscaping beds in front of Chase Bank should be refreshed. Dead or severely distressed trees along the border of the property with storts should be removed, and any removed trees should be replanted. Do I have a motion on the resolution?
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Move for adoption by Mr. Khan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Gold. And we'll have some discussion. I know we have the applicant online. Did you have an opportunity to take a look at the conditions in the resolution?
Yes, we did.
And any concerns or comments?
The one thing that we did want to note with respect to the resolution, we can certainly comply with all 3 conditions. However, with respect to the 3rd condition regarding landscaping, although obviously we as a tenant certainly support further beautification of the center, we are just a tenant. And so ultimately we would have to go to secure approval from the property owner, which we can certainly do. So we have no problem if the board conditions the approval. We just wanted to make the board aware that it's not something we could do as of right. We have to seek their approval as well.
Yes, and we appreciate that. I will note that even with the Chase ATM, the drive-through, and with other projects that have come forward in this plaza, that we've taken the opportunity on any of those projects to also make sure that the maintenance that may have been lacking is taken care of. So I would expect that when you talk to your landlord, that they're looking forward to having Chase Bank there as a tenant, and that hopefully they would comply with, I think, what's a relatively simple request.
Agreed.
Okay. Any other comments from the board?
So we do actually have the renderings for the signs, and the facade sign is code compliant and it's completely fine. I can bring the sort of the ATM sign up for you guys to look at now, or I don't know what the timeline is for the applicant, but I don't know exactly how we would treat the ATM itself. Has like a Chase Bank almost facade sign on it, and if that is truly considered a facade sign, it would have to come back to the planning board for a waiver. So I didn't know.
Well, I guess my opinion would be that if you have something that we haven't seen, wasn't included in the packet,
Yeah.
especially for
Just
the public, would you just email that to the board? Do your internal review with you and legal to see if there's any waivers or requirements that are not being met, and then let us know. And if we have to address the sign, we'll take it up at our next meeting.
Yeah, because I believe the applicant said the sign package comes from a different applicant.
Right.
That's correct. And so we would like for that to be treated separately, obviously, to the extent that there's code compliant signage and it could be built in, we're happy to do that. But anything that will require further review by the board, we would proceed under a separate application, of course, and seek any approvals needed.
Okay, good. I think then that we should probably bring the signage back to the planning board at the next meeting. That's my recommendation.
Okay, and you have a contact for the signage also?
I believe so, yes. Yep. And it's not an issue with the facade sign on the front of the building. It's kind of an issue with the way the ATM is
Okay.
designed. Yeah.
I'm sure we can work through it.
I
Always
think so.
do. Okay. All right, let's see. So we have a motion second, and I believe we need to call the roll.
Mr. Laflamme,
Aye.
Mr. Scrubbutennis,
Aye.
Mr. Khan,
Aye.
Mr. McPartland,
Aye.
Mr. Darpino,
Aye.
Ms. Gold,
Aye.
Chairman Walsh.
Aye. Resolution is approved, and Chase Bank change of tenant at ShopRite Plaza is approved. So thank you and welcome, and look forward to your opening.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you. All right, we'll close new business, move on to discussion items. We've got several items tonight. First item being up is 31 East Street. That's the north, I think it's northeast underlayments, a site plan application for a tenant change under pre-existing non-conforming interior storage use in an RR zoning district. I believe we have the applicant online. Ms. Konis, online tonight? Was she online earlier?
I did see her, I think.
Yeah.
You may.
I'm here.
All right, good. We were looking for you, but I guess we had some snow tonight. I know you're up north, so thank you for joining us virtually. Thank
you.
Yeah, and I'd just like to note that Mr. DiArpino will be recusing himself. And so Mr. Drescher will be taking a seat, as an alternate, will be taking his seat on the board for this discussion. Okay? And I guess I'll turn it over to Mr. Laflamme, if you'd like to start it off.
I can't seem to pull this up very well. My notes are not in front of me like they
Okay.
should be, but
I can do that.
Thank you.
Get you going. So bottom line, we make a recommendation as zoning board of appeals on the use variance. The zoning board of appeals determined that the code enforcement decision wasn't valid and no use variance was required. And that copy of that a summary is included in the packet. You want to take a look at that. I'm just trying to get the scroll to that page myself. So therefore, we can proceed with the application. And what's next with the application, obviously, is the I guess, site plan review and the changes that are proposed by the applicant in the structure and the outside of the structure. And I'm just scrolling, so just bear with me for a minute. There's a lot of stuff in here tonight, so get to it in a second. And so that's pretty much it. So we're moving forward. No need for use variance, and we'll move the project forward. The only
I'm
thing.
sorry, Chairman Walsh, I have a question.
Sure.
Was that a miss on our part that there's no need for use variance? And even taking
I
it
guess that
to,
would be for the planning office.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, that was actually my determination initially, but based on the discussions that the zoning board had and some pretty specific criteria that they looked at, they felt that there was enough evidence to kind of overrule that. But I think that generally speaking, I would probably make that same determination. It was very specific criteria that the zoning board was looking at when they were deciding that that particular instance didn't require use variance.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I did watch the meeting and read the documentation. I supported the use variance being granted, so I'm not going to, argue with how they got there because I support the application. So.
No, in all honesty, my comment was strictly just a process question.
Oh, I
If
know.
it was
Yeah.
something that didn't need to come in front of this board.
Well,
No, I would say that it typically would. Like if we come against the exact same criteria again, then obviously that's the direction that I'd have to go. But it was very unique. I think it was a very unique set of circumstances that they used to define that as not needing a use variance, which hopefully was captured in, I think it's like a couple pages in
Yep.
on your packet.
Yep, see it.
In the decision letter. I think they tried to be very specific about the criteria they were using on the reversal of the determination.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and nothing wrong with being conservative. And I think that, we took a conservative and the code enforcement, Laura, took a conservative view. So,
But the unusual thing about that is normally when we do recommendations to the zoning board for things to think about, because they no longer had any action on that project, they actually asked us to look at a couple things which are in the agenda statement. It's kind of a reversal, which I think I put in that they didn't want to see. So they
They were
to make-
concerned about the outside lighting.
Right. And I think they wanted to make sure that there was no outdoor storage and that
Right.
there was
No further building.
cars. Yeah, and the cars. Yeah. They wanted to make sure that any cars that were stored on the property were operational. Like they didn't want to see, because it was kind of unclear to them whether or not cars would be considered outdoor storage. So they didn't want an accumulation of non-working cars.
which I think is where we were before on this property. So it's consistent with what we're shooting for also. We didn't want to have broken down vehicles or vehicles that aren't registered and road where they're just, sitting there rusting away. And as far as I'm just looking at the notes here. One thing on my notes I had a question was, they said, only vehicles outside that are, functioning for, storing your vehicles, your work vehicles. I know that you also have trailers. So I want to ensure that a trailer that's registered and roadworthy is equivalent to a vehicle. Because when you do your registration, a trailer is two separate things versus a vehicle. So
We said anything, it had to be licensed and registered.
yeah, and I understand, but I just wanted to make the words vehicle were used by what you just said and by the ZBA. So can we assume that trailers are okay?
Yeah, because our trailers have to be licensed and registered.
mean, I'm okay with that. I just wanted to make that point that you're going to store trailers outside and we know that. So
Yeah.
as long as they're licensed and registered or whatever and ready to go.
Correct. Yep.
Right? The other thing that, if you look at I think it's a short form EAF you submitted, I think you estimated about 15%. The total project, the interior renovations would be about 15%. And then if you take a look at what the town summarized, Laura or Clark, to get ready for the zoning board of appeals based on the sketch that you provided with somewhat of a scale on it, it came out to approximately 300 and I think it was 356.
Yeah.
360 square feet. And I think part of the decision on the zoning board of appeals was that it was incidental or minimal, I guess. I don't know what word you would like to use, but it was a small portion of the building was being utilized to invoke the bathroom and the office. So I'm just going to propose that if we get to the point where we're going to have a resolution, which I think we are, is that we include that square footage in the resolution. So that if 5 years from now, your business is doing great and you move out of the area and that building goes up for resale, that when they come, the future tenant may come in for a building permit, it's clear to the building inspector, code enforcement, whoever, that there is a restriction on the size of how much office could go in there, because the concern is that is it general office or not. And so I think that would be,
Right.
I think 17% would be a reasonable number to use.
I think they said,
10.
I think they said no more than 10.
Well, yeah, but they didn't, they suggested no more than 10, right? They didn't act on the,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I actually think that the EAF needs to be amended because they did the calculations at the meeting and I believe it was 8%.
how much?
The 352 square feet is only 8% of the total. I know she wrote
Yeah.
15% on her EAF, but
Yeah.
the actual final percentage was less than that.
Yeah, but I'm going by what the town said. Town said 17%. If you pull up the, I got to find it.
In the agenda statement?
I think it's the agenda statement. I'm looking.
We actually.
I'm looking at
That's
their
not-
letter.
that was
It's not, the
combination.
percentage is not in the
Yeah,
letter.
I saw it somewhere. It said about 17%. If you use the numbers.
I'd like to, the zoning board in the end was talking about 10%, so I definitely would not want to go more than the 10%.
Hey, that's more conservative. If you're willing to do that. I was willing to say.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, yeah. So
Definitely.
Lana's saying we actually have to because that was part of the determination.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it'd
That
have to
was
go
part-
back to the zoning board.
That was a big part of their discussion in their decision was that because of the percentage of the property being utilized for the office purpose, that they believed it was incidental. So I don't think it's within this board's purview to change the
Okay,
zoning
well,
board's
it wasn't in the
determination on
agenda
that.
statement, just so you know, that the 10% thing. So this is new information. That's why I came up with the 15 or 17%, because that was detailed in the agenda statement, at least the numbers were, and
Yeah.
I calculated the 17%. All right, so we're limited to 10%, so we'll have a condition that limits it, and I'm okay with that. It's more, more conservative. So you can get done what you need to do within the 10%.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Yeah, because 10% is basically 211 square feet, somewhere in that ballpark, based
Mhm.
on a 2112 square foot building, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, in addition to
Whatever
the,
you-
I'm sorry, in addition to the incidental aspect, right, the ZBA seems to view the bathrooms, et cetera, as just being part of the maintenance of the existing non-conforming use, right?
Yeah, I mean, when they were looking at it, I think the 10% was an important part. They were kind of looking at the building code, but that wasn't in totality. It was also a less intense use than what was there now, and there wasn't any physical alteration to the building, which is directly taken from our code. So I think kind of the trifecta of it's just such a small portion of the building, majority of the building still dry interior storage, and no increase in intensity of use and no real change to the outside of the building.
All right, so does the 10% include the bathroom or not?
It did not. I don't think, I mean, did you have a sense of that? I don't think it did.
No, I don't.
I believe it included all.
That would be my take too.
Yeah, I think it included all.
And if you're good with that, I mean.
Well, I mean, I think we need a clear documentation of that, right? Whatever the number is.
well, it'll
Yeah,
be
we
in the-
can do that in the next agenda statement for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, and plus it'll be in the resolution. We'll make it a condition of the
Yep.
resolution. So I don't see a problem. I don't see a problem, especially if the applicant's okay with everything and they can achieve what they want to achieve within the 10%.
All I want is a bathroom and an office. I don't care what size it has to be.
I noticed the well, I was worried. I saw the bathroom was 6 by 6. I go, boy, it's going to be tight. It's going to be tight when you get some fixtures in there. All right. So what other comments? We have any other comments or concerns, questions? We have enough information to move forward with a resolution for the next meeting for approval. We'll condition the 10% in the resolution. Mr. Laflamme?
Yes, I believe so. And just regarding the outdoor storage, the application wasn't requesting it. The location of the cars that were going to be parked were always going to be operational, but they've moved them to the back of the building, so.
Yep, and we'll condition that also, right, Laura? We'll just add a condition that all vehicles got to, be registered, and it's not for storage of junk vehicles or stuff.
Right.
Because it's inside storage, and that's what the applicant has requested.
Yeah, my
And the other thing was, oops, sorry.
Go ahead.
The other thing was outside lighting. They only wanted it to be on as you're looking at the building, on the right-hand side towards the bike path.
Where the entrance would be.
Right, well, that was a
Yes.
request of them, right?
Because
That's not- I'd assume that wouldn't be part of their approval, because, that would be
No,
some-
it wasn't. It was a suggestion.
It was a recommendation that they asked to be passed along to you
Right.
guys.
So, give us, update your sketch to show where the lighting is going to be, what kind of lighting, so that can be utilized with the resolution, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, my recommendation would be that we'll put all the numbers in the next agenda statement, and that my recommendation would be with the approval to go forward with site plan, that we just get I would say a site plan with just a little more detail. I think it would be helpful, Ms. Konis, if you've now sort of gotten the go ahead to really sketch out where you think you're going to put the septic and where the landscaping would go, kind of what kind it is. I know it sounded like you had a quote for it. So just a little more detail, I think, would be helpful.
Okay.
Can you get that to us within, I guess be another week, because it's we got a 2-week turnaround.
Okay.
You can't.
1 week.
And then if you get it to us in time and it's satisfactory, we'll have a tentative resolution for the next meeting. If you can't get there, well, then we'll have to hold off. But I know you want to get this going too, because you have, contingency on the purchase.
Correct.
All right.
We'll make it happen.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Sounds positive.
Yes,
All right.
definitely.
Okay. Well, thank you. Then it sounds like we're all in favor of a resolution next meeting, tentative resolution, and updating the site plan. And of course, the resolution will be conditions as we just discussed. Okay.
Okay, great.
All right. Anybody concerned?
Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you. All right, next we have discussion 1851 Union Street, 1245 Ruffner Road. That's the Mohawk Golf Club. And Mr. McPartland is recusing himself. I just make a note of that. So Mr. Drescher, our alternate, will be participating in this discussion also. Okay. Mr. Kimmer.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Dave Kimmer from ABD Engineers. I'm here on behalf of Mohawk Golf Club. So I know you all are pretty familiar with this plan at this point. What we've submitted for this meeting in terms of the plan has not changed significantly from what you've seen already. The only significant change is that we have removed the proposed roundabout and converted the entrance onto Ruffner Road into a standard T intersection. But as you know, we have also submitted an abundance of supporting documentation, including a 12-sheet exhibit, which shows 11 alternate schemes, which we believe encompasses basically all the possible alternatives in terms of how to access the 14 acres to develop it. We have also submitted an overall course map, which we believe gives the board and the public a better idea of how the golf course is laid out, how the land is being used, and why we're selecting this 14 acres for development. as opposed to any other part of the golf course. And we, in addition to that, we've also submitted another overall course map, which shows the drainage, both proposed and existing for the subdivision, which basically shows where the drainage goes now and how the stormwater drainage will be controlled with the proposed subdivision. We have also submitted a neighborhood density map, which shows that what we're proposing on the 14 acres, we're proposing 22 homes, and that it fits in as far as density goes with the surrounding neighborhood. In fact, a lot of if you take 14 acres and put it in the surrounding neighborhood, a lot of 14-acre areas have more homes than what we're proposing. We've also submitted a historical exhibit, which basically shows the overall area from 1942 until today. And it shows two things. It shows that the Mohawk Golf Club has been around a long time, and it's existed basically in the state it is now for at least 80 years, and that the surrounding neighborhood actually used to be open fields and forest, and it was developed in stages, basically from 1942 until today. What we've also submitted to is a updated traffic table, which basically summarizes the traffic impacts from the 22 new units without some of the additional information that was on there before. Kind of gives a more clear picture of the basically negligible impact that this is going to have in terms of traffic. I'd be happy to go through all these exhibits with you tonight, answer any questions you have. But I do want to make a point that we have also spoken to the town engineer. We had a meeting with Laura and the town engineer a week or two ago to discuss the water and sewer issues. And Matt Yetto, the town, this water sewer superintendent, is okay with connecting to the water out on Ruffner Road. There was concern for what we had initially suggested as far as connecting to the sewer directly out our proposed entrance on Ruffner Road, because that leads to a 15-inch trunk line, which is basically at capacity. So something that I had suggested to Matt was that we route our force main through the existing paper street to the other branch on the high side of Ruffner Road, which leads to the 18-inch trunk line. And I believe there is no capacity issue there. It would cause us to have to build a slightly longer force main, but we're willing to do that because we avoid the capacity issues with the 15-inch trunk.
What SOAR district is that in if you came out through the paper street? Is that SOAR District 6 or 1?
I'm not sure the number. I know there's the terminal manhole right out in front of 1177 Ruffner Road.
Mm-hmm.
It's nearby.
It's 6. It's still 6. It still flows to the town of Niskuna's wastewater treatment.
Right. And the reason I asked, because the Mohawk Golf Club itself, I believe, is on SOAR District, the other SOAR District.
It's Sewer District 1, flows
which
to
goes in town,
Schenectady.
the city of Schenectady.
Mhm.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify.
And I guess finally, I would want to make another point now that we believe at this point we have delivered to the board and the public as much information as we possibly can at this point in the review. And we would ask respectfully that you guys call for a public hearing on the matter tonight.
Okay.
Well, I just wanted to make one point of clarification there. Matt Yetto was definitely very concerned about connecting to the line out front that would drain to the 15-inch line, because we know that there's capacity issues. The 18-inch line hasn't really been studied. It's a potential that there are not capacity issues there, but that would require the normal sewer, the normal sewer analysis, the sewer report where you guys would study that and say that you can connect that way. It hasn't really fully been explored. I just think that definitely definitely avoids the 15-inch line. We haven't really studied the 18-inch side.
How would you get the 18-inch line? You say, is that be a force main? Would that be grinder pumps at homes, or would that be a pumping
Right.
station?
So, yes, it'd be grinder pumps at homes.
At homes?
And, that was always the plan for this subdivision.
Oh, was it? I didn't
Obviously,
realize
it's-
that.
It
Yeah.
sits about 10 feet lower
Oh.
than Ruffner Road.
But the only other problem with that is, at least I heard from our engineering department, that they wouldn't accept private grinder pumps on each property, and it would likely require a pump station.
That's okay. Yeah, and again, that and the 18-inch line, we are prepared, obviously, to prepare engineering reports, work with the TDE on that matter when the time comes to prepare the preliminary plat.
But Laura, the planning, on the last point about calling for a public hearing and what is complete and what's not complete, the planning department does feel that utilities plan needs to be complete prior to.
I think
Calling
we
the
had
public hearing.
an internal discussion about it today, and I just think because it's such an integral part of knowing whether or not, this is truly a feasible project, because we have so many capacity issues throughout the town because we're so overdeveloped, that we do really want to stick to our guns and at least see a very preliminary water, sewer, and drainage report. Would be our recommendation. Short of that, I think the board just is missing a lot of information that they would need in order to make a decision. That'd be why we
Yeah.
recommend that.
Because we also, so I have both Mr. Yeto's letter, I think, in response to you, right, Mr. Kimmer? And I also have that letter from Joe Bisayon.
Mhm.
So, I mean, I know I would like, so let's, first of all, I want to commend you, the applicant, on giving us all the layout alternatives. It was something we asked for. I'm glad that you did it. I think we're going to be having a lot more discussion about that as we go forward. I think the one remaining thing that we haven't spent a lot of time talking about are the utilities, right? We'll get to the traffic stuff. So I just want to make sure that we have an integrated view, including what the DAC put as limits on Kelts Farm, and also what the property that's currently being proposed is going to be able to handle relative to, both water and sewer, right? If and our recommendation to the town board, if it's going to have to be, development-wide grinder pumps or individual building grinder pumps, I think we need to understand that clearly. Okay, I'm one voice, I'll pause, others can chip in.
I would favor a pump station over individual grinders.
I think you're more questioning
I
how
wanna
far we
see
go
the
with
study.
engineering.
Yep,
I think
yep.
that's what you're asking.
Yep.
More details. I don't know. I'd like to hear what the board has to say. And Mr. DiArpino is also on this project. We have dual project leads, but I've got some notes, but I'm going to kind of hold off and have some discussion first. So you're looking for an answer about whether we need to go out with an engineering, some sort of engineering review before we move forward? Is that?
Yeah,
is that the
I mean,
question?
I'd like to understand and also maybe hear from, Mr. Yeto and the town designated engineer once selected, that from a water and sewer perspective, the project as proposed, current page is being shown, with whatever contingencies need to be put in there, grinder pumps, force main, whatever else it is, that would make it work.
I think it's important with all the different schemes that the applicant submitted, is that no matter what scheme, I think you're still looking at coming through that right of way or that paper street and go to sewer district 6, no matter which, where this ends up.
Yes.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, just want to make that clear.
Yeah, I think that's robust and constant across all the schemes, right?
So if that's constant, yes, the water and sewer are constant for all the schemes. I mean, it's pay me now or pay me later, I guess, depending on how much of an engineering study or how much information is required and how much peer review is required. I don't know the answer to those, if it's reasonable or not, So I'm not, so it's up for the board to make that decision. I mean, you're showing the pretty much the original proposal here, right? I mean, I'll take a pause from that. We can get back to that subject. One of my questions, I guess, or thoughts is, that's the original proposal. And obviously, we've heard a lot from the community, about concern, the impact on the character of the neighborhood. I guess that would be the biggie for me, right? And this is the one that's shown. What's your number 2 plan?
I don't really think there is a number 2 plan. I think, the property owner has a right to develop the land. It's in an R1 zone. They got to come in somewhere.
Right.
We are very truthfully trying to make this have the least impact as possible. And I think we've demonstrated that there's a lot of other ways we can get in here. This is going to have the least impact. We're trying to be good neighbors. We're protecting a 50-foot buffer between the backyards of our homes and the backyards on Ruffner Road. We're leaving another about 2 or 3 acres completely undisturbed on the right side.
Yeah, see, and I understand that, and I appreciate it, and I appreciate, like Mr. Khan said, going through all the different schemes, and because that's something we've been talking about, but you've written it down and you've given it to us. So I think that's I know it takes time to do that and effort, and I appreciate that. But I still when I hear the comments from the neighborhood for myself about character, that leads me to think that we could still get a development here and minimize impact on Ruffner Road from a historic standpoint also, just like the golf club. And again, I'm just talking for myself because I'm going to ask the rest of the members of the board where they stand tonight. Because I think it's time that, we've been listening to you guys for a while and we appreciate the effort you've been putting in, but I think you need some feedback from this board. And I'm going to ask the board to give you some feedback tonight. Sure. And I'm going to start with my feedback. And that's kind of where I'm at. The one that really intrigues me, the scheme, is coming off of Country Club East / was it North Country Club right there in the corner? This
3
one.
schemes.
And the reason it does is because it leaves the home, right? You can have the easement for the emergency ingress, but from the neighborhood character standpoint, when you drive down the street or take a look at this, it looks the same, right? It's basically an easement. Maybe there might have to be some grass pavers put in or some reinforcement of the yard, but again, it would be transparent to the neighborhood. And then if there was, in the event where there needed to have an emergency access, it would be utilized. And I'll be honest with you, the years that I've been on this board, which is quite a few, I haven't seen the need for any of the emergency accesses to put. That doesn't mean it wouldn't happen. So, I understand that. That's why we have that there. So that's why this scenario or this scheme intrigues me the most, right? Whether it's whether people like it or not, this is the one that I can personally get behind because it seems to me that it mitigates the concerns of the neighborhood. Yes, there's people now, I'm sure, over on East and South Country Club, they're going to be more impacted on this one. And no matter what you do, somebody's going to be impacted, right? And I agree with you that you have a right to develop your land, and your land is zoned R1, right? In fact, I think I heard tonight somebody mentioned that they would like to see all single-family homes, which kind of is like, impacts the things that everybody's concerned about. And by using the average density development, it solves a lot of those issues by, more green space, less impact on the schools, diversity in housing, and all those things that you're trying to do here. So, I think that's just not having an understanding of what could be done in an R1 zoning district. So to me, this one seems pretty good. I'm just, again, the other one, I mean, if we had the support of the neighborhood and maybe we didn't have signage, which I don't think you need to have a sign, but it's always nice. But hey, it's on the corner of whatever street this new street name is and Ruffner. So that one, it could work, but I'm just concerned about the character of the neighborhood and what we've been hearing about that. We hear about other concerns from the neighbors, environmental concerns, water, utilities, schools, and I've been doing this a long time, and I believe those can be mitigated. And they have in the past, as long as it's done right. There was a concern tonight about engineering and the buddy system, and you're going to pay to the person to do it, but that's not true. Yeah, you're going to pay, but the town's going to select an engineering firm to do a peer review on behalf of the town. So they're basically working for the town at your expense. So I don't have the concern that everybody's in bed together with this. we'll do a good review. No matter what stage it happens, we'll do a review and we'll make sure any concerns in the neighborhood are mitigated. So I feel pretty good about that. It's just a matter of which scheme we move forward, if we move forward with the public hearing. So we get the true opinion of all the public. I'd hate to go forward to public hearing with the first proposal, the one that you guys prefer, and then, have it lead to, say, this proposal. And then it's like, there's different concerns with this proposal. I know you, in your table, the road is 24 foot versus 26, but I believe a lot of the roads, and I think the requirement is 24. So, I don't know if that's, the end of the world, right? There is some impact here for the golf club because you are impacting that whole, what number is it again? That's number 11. So there is some impact there, right? But, that shows that the Mohawk Golf Club's got some skin in the game. So they got to impact that hole, but we're willing to, as we said, it's a historic golf club, but we're willing to do something there. We're willing to take a little bit out of our history because we want to work with the neighborhood. Again, that's just me speaking. I'd love to hear from the rest of the board. If all the neighborhood came in and said that we're okay with the house coming down and the road would be okay there, I mean, I could get behind that too, but that's not what we're hearing. And as one woman, pointed out with the comprehensive plan, there may be an impact to the character of the neighborhood. It's up for this board to decide. One thing I can tell you is that once you do allow, and I think this is the position of the planning office and planning department, is once you allow a single family home to be tore down to access another piece of property, there's a concern with precedent, and I think that's real. You could imagine some of the other places where it's inaccessible, we start tearing homes down and putting roads in to develop where people bought their homes and figured there'd never be development behind me. All of a sudden there's one. It's different when you're coming out to a major highway or a road, but to tear down a house to access and put another road through, probably does impact in the character of the neighborhood. So I just wanted to, say where I stand, whether you agree with me or not. I think there's a balance here, and I know you have a right to develop, and I think you could still do a good development, and I think we could get there. But my view, at least right now, and somebody can straighten me out and tell me I'm full of it, is that 3A seems like it's a compromise. And I don't like to hear what anybody else has to say.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I completely support your proposition. I think we have an obligation to the developer for a go, no go. And the threshold decision for me is not engineering, but in fact, the road access. And I agree that to demolish a perfectly suitable house in the condition that it is a dangerous precedent. I think it tears up a street grid unnecessarily when there's other means of access to the property. So you stated it in a very articulate manner, and I support your position, Mr. Chairman, and it has to be 3A for me. I don't support the demolition of a house on Ruffin Road to gain access to the acreage.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. So I'm an attorney by trade, so my two things are, what is the rule of law and what is precedent? So the use of precedent here is a very important term with me. For the rule of law, I looked at our comprehensive plan. And if you look at our comprehensive plan, and I've marked a few spots in here, and the constant is preserving the neighborhood, preserving the community, and preserving green space. I do recognize there's a right to develop, but when we look at our comprehensive plan, we have to make sure that development isn't affecting the larger community. So that being said, I did note in our notes from our meeting on January 23rd, we did have a request about a long-term plan. And what are the long-term plans of the golf course? I think that's something else that needs to come into play here, because even if this development is allowed, what's the next step? Is it going to then be something else and something else? That being said, I'm not in favor of scheme 3A. I would favor more of number 8. I know that goes directly through the golf course, but from the notes from the ARB, one of the things they talked about is maybe doing less units, bigger units, and having a more picturesque view of the golf course. And I think number 8 actually provides a bit of a picturesque view of the golf course for people going into the development, and it provides long-term, you have that route where you can develop off of that too, if the golf course changes their mind on how they want to be structured from within. Again, precedent, tearing down a house for that road, I can't, that's a slippery slope. And that's one where then in the future, people are going to come back and say, well, you did it for Mohawk Golf Course, do it for us. And where do we stop it? After it starts moving, it's hard to stop. So I would say number 8 would be the one I favor, possibly number 7 as an alternative.
Thank you, Mr. Drescher.
Mr. Chairman, it's kind of a repeat of what was said. I want to just stress that it's the precedence for creating access for additional development. Certainly that it's within the right to do a build R1, makes sense, but tear down a house to get access to that development is really that's my threshold. I also would favor 7 and 8, not knowing what the feedback will come from the country club, neighborhood. I think we'll hear a lot of the same things that we've already heard. So I like 3A, but those streets are even more narrow. I don't think there'll be as much traffic, but I do think we'll get a lot of similar feedback. So
Yeah.
just anticipating that, I'm leaning towards 7 or 8.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but I think the town standard is a 24-foot road. So, and there's actually, kind of a T intersection there, a potential T intersection there off a country club / east and north country club. The thing right in my waist, like the street is covered up here. That's why another reason I like 3A, yes, they'll be unhappy, but I think it serves as a compromise. The other thing too is if it were to go that way, in fact, if it were to go, 3A or the original proposal, we could also condition, about no tagging on to this, so you can't keep, developing along that way. If they want to develop, someday in the future, another portion, and hopefully at the rear of the property along this line, it would be potentially coming in from Balltown Road. I know one of the comments we heard tonight was, well, why can't you come in from Balltown Road now, whether you purchase or have some kind of agreement with the curling club? Well, that's still a potential, but and that's, I guess it's for you to comment on, the applicant. And then maybe that would open things up for future development, but it's a bigger job, obviously, than a bigger task than what the proposal that you've put forward. I guess, Mr. Sweet, I don't know if you want to.
I mean, I can tell you that schemes 8 or 7 and 8 would almost certainly never happen. They're kind of like fantasy. I mean, it's possible, but economically, it's very expensive to build a road.
Yeah, I understand.
And
I
only 22 lots.
And I tried to balance that in my own mind. And that's why another reason why I ended up on 3A, to be honest with you.
And if I can add one more thing too, I think the part of the issue that I'm hearing from the neighbors is, I mean, sure, they don't like that. They don't like the house getting demolished. They don't want the road on Ruffner, but I think ultimately they just don't want the development at all. I think that's the number one concern. And I think going with one of these alternate schemes, you still have the development, yet you push the problem, the issues with the neighbors to 2 places. The people on Ruffner Road aren't going to be satisfied with moving the entrance somewhere else. They want the woods to stay the woods.
So maybe I'll comment on this point, and I'm just reiterating something I said 2 weeks ago. Despite what has been said by the neighbors, the town board will have to look at the following statement from section 226.0 for a special use permit as to street capacity and use that, in the opinion of the board, may be necessary to safeguard public health and convenience, and as may be required for the preservation of the general character of the neighborhood in which such use, buildings or structures are placed, etc. That's the 4th or 5th or 6th thing in the list that they've got to look at. If no neighbor came in here and said it, demolishing the house, putting a boulevard onto an existing residential street,
Well, we're not putting a boulevard.
right?
It's just a street.
Access road.
A street, putting a street onto an existing street from demolishing a house, creating those corner houses, whether one neighbor came or 50 neighbors came, I'm struggling to see how the development there, or at least the proposal you're going forward with, will pass this for the town board. And one of the reasons why I want to look at utilities and everything else is to at least check the box on those to make sure that at least if we were to do this development with some alternative like 3A or 7, or, everyone on the board can vote on their favorite number, right? And thank you again for putting them together so we can have the discussion, right? This project changes the character. Various apparitions of this project, various schema in this project changes the character of this neighborhood. I don't understand. Like I said, I'm looking at it from a strictly engineering and character point of view, right? How are you gonna get the town board to be convinced that you're not changing the character of that neighborhood? It's one of the things they're gonna look at. They have to look at.
Right.
Well, and
I
so do
like
you.
Mr.
That's not
Khan.
just the town board, for the record. That's the planning board as
No,
well.
hang on. So let's be clear. So I asked 2 weeks ago, I think it was 2 meetings ago.
Yeah, whether or
I
not you
asked,
would
and that is something that we were told that we should take into consideration. So I am taking that into consideration. So there could be one neighbor here, or they could be, like I said, 500 neighbors here. I'll still be taking that into consideration.
The concern I'm hearing, Mr. Khan, is a differentiation in opinion here. I'm hearing from the chairman and from Mr. Drescher that the character isn't impacted as long as we choose an alternative access point. So is the character impacted, or is it the access point?
So the access point, as you're currently proposing in your prime proposal, for sure impacts the character.
But
Then-
isn't that the case with any expanding residential neighborhood
No,
that may
it's-
have a
you don't
phase
know.
2 or phase 3?
No, I've been doing this for a long time. It's not the
Oh,
case. with
as
any
have I.
expanding. Yeah,
And,
no,
you know,
it's
to
not the case.
demolish buildings today and create redevelopment opportunities is happening all the time. So to focus on the demolition of one single-family home for the benefit of creating 22 new single-family opportunities for people to live in Niskayuna, as I weigh those versus private property rights, I don't see where that's dramatically changing the character of the neighborhood. We're alternating somewhat on Ruffner Road, but whether we develop and come in Country Club Drive or we come in Ruffner Road certainly isn't going to impact the character of the neighborhood any more with either access. If we're talking about 22 homes, it's just how we access it. So is it the access point or is it the development itself?
Access point. is
It's
what
the,
I'm
yeah,
saying.
it's the access point first
And
as
my
proposed.
position is an access point singularly can't impact the character of a neighborhood that totally.
I said it's the access point first, and then everything else with the development. That's why at least I want to look at what is the engineering side of it.
Well, and before we spend any more money on engineering, Laura, I'd love to have you pinpoint a TDE so that we can have conversation to resolve this issue, because Matt Yetto couldn't resolve this issue without consulting with an outside engineer as well.
Yeah.
So for us to continue to spend money, not knowing whether this is even going to advance to a public hearing at the planning board level, let alone the town board level, that's short-sighted on our part. We need to know that we can advance this, and we need to know that you're going to accept the sewer access, given the alternative now of going to District 6 with capacity.
I mean, it's within your right to not do that engineering study, and we'll just take that into consideration when we're making a recommendation. As we all know, the
Well, I'm
clock.
not saying we don't want to do it. I'm saying I'd like to see the project advance with the condition that we still have to resolve the sanitary sewer issue.
I think the kind of the hard part about doing that is that there's a potential, if you have to put in like a public lift station, that adds $300,000 to the project. Like not knowing exactly what's needed to tie into that other line, the 18-inch line.
We already knew we were going to have to put force main in and either individual gravity pumps, grinder pumps with each single family because of the elevation change up to Ruffner Road. So whether we put 22 individual pumps in or we put one unified pump system in, we knew we were going to have to pump to get to the sewer line. That's a given.
But to a capacity pipe, right? To a district that can handle it.
Correct. And now with an 18-inch line going to District 6, we understood the issues with District 1. I believe it's one going past Kelt's Farm, could potentially be an issue. And that was undetermined and undefined based on DEC's future recommendations. So that's something that may not even be determined until Kelt's Farm is fully built out.
Yeah,
So
and-
we've come up with an alternative now that gets us to an 18-inch line. We understand needing grinder pumps and force main. But we need to know that we can advance this past the point of additional discussion. We've been here 6 times. We've come up with multiple schemes. We want to know we can advance this.
So,
Well, all I can add is that's why I'm trying to get the conversation flowing here, as you know. And you talked about the character of the neighborhood and about the road. To me, it's the removal of the home, the precedent is what I'm concerned about. That's what I'm more concerned about, just removal of a home to access it.
I understand, but there's a lot of developable land that you need to demolish things to get to, or you demolish to redevelop and reconstruct. We're seeing that happening universally now, everywhere. I'm involved in 2 projects downtown right now where we're doing it.
This isn't
And it's just
downtown.
part of,
That's an urban setting. This is a functional, habitable house. It's not obsolete. It'd be one thing if it was a house that was in it.
I understand, but it's an owner's right to demolish something he owns.
Oh, yeah. But it's inconsistent with the comp plan, though, like very clearly.
Well, are
Meaning,
you talking about character of demolition of a single house or character because of a development?
it's the character of the access to create an opportunity for a development.
I don't know that it says that.
Well, that's what changes the character of the
That's an
neighborhood.
interpretation, isn't it?
That's what the comp plan is. The comp plan is an interpretation, right? You have to take that and get that feedback from the city. So one of the things I want to comment is we do this all the time, and I know most of you do in one way or another. I didn't get the sense that the residents weren't open to the project as long as it doesn't interrupt the comp plan. If you, to
So
paraphrase the
traffic to
words.
another neighborhood and it won't bother me.
Well, I'm not necessarily in favor of 3A, right? I'm more in favor of 7 or 8 based on the feedback that we heard and the comp plan
And the other comment I will offer,
and the development. I mean, I agree with you. You're creating 18 incremental homes
22.
or 22, take away 1, whatever. But you're creating those opportunities to build upon the wonderful neighborhood that we have. So I think in general, I am in favor of that concept. The access and tearing down a home to get access for an additional development is where like I said, I'm very stuck on that. When you do have alternatives.
And speaking to some of the neighbors that live in the Country Club Estates area, I think it's important to understand the character of that neighborhood. Those are much older homes. Most were built in the 30s and 40s, single car garage, single width driveway, a lot of on-street parking. As compared to Ruffner Road, where most are 2-car garages, double width driveways, off-street parking available, which isn't the case in Country Club Estates. If you go to Country Club Estates after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you see the cars that are parked on the street because they've got 2 cars or 3 cars and they can't all be in a driveway. You're going to have on-street impact with an access and more homes being impacted coming from Rosendale Road or Union Street than you will for the run on Ruffner Road. And I think that should be considered when you look at that alternative scheme.
I know it's not popular, but when you look at the traffic studies that we often look at, this impact is relatively insignificant. So I don't know if that traffic will make a huge difference, but I do know that the folks in that community will feel that it's a lot of traffic. And I totally agree. In fact, in a normal winter condition, based on what you described, driving down Country Club in those side streets, it's sometimes kind of difficult to even pass. So, but it's not a significant amount of traffic, even though it feels like it is, and it certainly is more traffic. I tend to lean toward Union and Balltown. Those roads, even though we have complaints on those, are built to handle that traffic.
Well,
Okay.
again, I don't have documentation, but at the time that the Cushing Estate became available, we did look at that property as an alternative access point and looking at potentially creating a different curb cut opportunity. And we did meet with, it's Region 4, right? DOT? Well, whichever, I think it's Region 4. And under no condition were they willing, because of the traffic conditions on Balltown Road, were they even willing to consider another curb cut. We don't have control of the curling club property. I can't in good conscience sit here and say, yes, we can put a curb cut through the curling club property. I don't know if that would even be allowed. It's okay now for a single use, but if we were going to make that a public thoroughfare, I'm not sure how DOT would look at that. And coming
Yeah,
off
the
of
access
Balltown
now is a
Road,
driveway.
I'm sorry?
Go ahead, Ms. Gold.
It's a driveway. It's not a public road, it's a driveway.
Right, that's my point, that I'm not sure DOT would allow a public thoroughfare to come in at that point on Balltown Road either. Union Street is already a 4-lane road with heavy traffic, so, and that would require putting a road through parking lots and, you know, by the clubhouse. I mean, from a layout and a feasibility standpoint, those just don't make sense.
And the topography won't support it. I've got a few things to say on this. One, I absolutely support the average density. It leaves more green space, which the neighbors claim they want. I heard a number of neighbors specifically say they don't want the development any which way. They've written it in some of the letters and emails, and they have stated so during privilege of the floor. So I don't know that changing the access is going to make them any happier. I will tell you from a green point, going out on Ruffner, even with the destruction of the house, which does bother me, but it's still the greenest option. The impact, if you put the access point up on the country clubs, any one of them, is going to be far greater on that neighborhood than putting the access point on Ruffner. That's reality. It's not what the neighbors are going to want to hear, but that's the reality. Ruffner is simply built better to take the traffic. The country clubs, they go a little bit straight, then they twist and turn. Those 1-lane driveways with 1-car garages have an impact on that road's character. And I do sort of consider it a road, even though it's labeled 3 different ways. But it is, you know, you can drive it all in one. And I did that recently. It appears to be slightly wider than I remember from many years ago. I'm figuring with repaving, it's gotten a little tiny bit wider. But I don't even think the right of way is as far there as it is on Ruffner. And I think giving its nature, I think you're setting up more accidents than you would be with the access point on Ruffner.
So I know you guys all know this, but generalized opposition to a project is not a
argument.
consideration
That's
that
right.
you're
Yeah,
reviewing.
That's no, we're not here for.
And so when we say, well, what's going to please the neighbors, that's
that's not-
truly
yeah.
not a criteria that we're trying to attempt. I think that the neighbors bring up valid points, which to Mr. Khan's, thing, their points potentially we would look at anyway.
Right.
When we're reviewing things on the comprehensive plan, when we're reviewing the criteria that we make for a recommendation on a special use permit, a lot of what the public touches on is what we are touching on by our code anyway. But I want you guys to be careful when we're saying what's going to make the neighbors happy. We have to stick to the criteria that we have in our code.
Yep. And I hope I said it carefully, and I'm speaking for myself, right? Whether there was one neighbor here or there were 50
Yeah,
neighbors
I
here,
think that point was made.
right? I mean, I'm looking at the criteria from day one. I'm looking at the criteria, and so I'll tell you because I never got a chance to complete the point before. When you ask me what's the issue, definitely demolishing the house to put in an access. That's an issue from a precedence perspective on the board. I said that day one, right? That agreed first day, right? I might have been a little bit too decisive about it and said that's kind of like a non-starter or a hard stop or something like that. One of the conclusions I'm seeing from the study that you did and all the comments that are in the documents and that you guys are making and that we're all discussing here is that actually for the criteria that the board has to go through, I am saying maybe the development doesn't work. I don't care what the neighbor said.
And that concerns me as you being our project leader, that from this dais, you're making a statement that the project doesn't work.
I mean,
That's concerning to me.
That fact doesn't, how many times did we meet and discuss
It's
it?
an R1 zone.
How many times did we
We've
meet and
got an
discuss
average
it?
density development that complies, and we're considering an access point to get to that 14 acres that would comply under the average density development. Or if I was to do it as an R1 development, 22 single-family homes. We're talking about access.
It's access.
So I think it's important to note that a project lead is the project lead that takes the most time to review the project. It's the one that dives into the code as much as possible, but it's not required that the project lead approve or disapprove the project.
I'm not asking for
Yeah.
that. I'm just asking for fair and
Yeah,
impartiality.
and we got Mr.
And-
Laflamme, there's two project
Okay,
leads.
hang on for a second. Hang on. How many times did we discuss this as far as your recollection goes?
A number of times, but you continue to come back to options that we weren't willing to consider because
So
they don't work.
today's the
for
first
the
day-
golf course or for the other adjacent neighborhoods.
Today's the first day we're looking at all the options.
That's
No-
not true. We submitted a month ago all these options. These happen to be submitted with greater detail.
Public.
Right, and
But
that's
the
what,
other access points were already proposed based on Mr. Dorpino's request a month or 6 weeks ago.
we saw some of them before. We even had that discussion when we had the meeting on site, right? The point I'm making is now, and thank you, all of the options you've put together laid out in front of us. And every single one of them either impacts the golf course or impacts the character of some neighborhood, be it on the Country Club Drive side or be it in the Ruffner side. And I'm hard pressed to think what other conclusion we could reach that this development is a difficult development to make work.
It is a permitted use.
I don't
I
think,
just wanna-
so,
it's a special permitted
Permit-
use.
yeah.
Not if
so
I do R1 single family.
You can do R1 single family, but there's still going to be certain approvals that would have to occur, especially if you're looking for the town to accept a roadway and utilities.
Mhm.
So they all still have to work.
Right. But again, we're willing to design the roads to town standard and to install public utilities per town standard and to meet the requirements of Matt Yetto and the engineering department
And DEC.
and DEC, of course. Yeah, being that the town's under DEC guidelines right now, yeah. But those are all givens.
But I've been a planner for 20 years and I'm pretty familiar with the code. And I think even under an R1 subdivision, the planning board would look very carefully at a home being taken down for an access.
Yep.
And it would be within their right to say, that's
Yep.
not, I mean, you have to use an existing paper street. I don't know that the average density development versus an R1 single family development is necessarily going to change what you're hearing, I think at least from some planning board members, about tearing down a home and putting a road there. I think that what is beyond that road, there's different options within the code, but actually the process of taking down a home and putting a road there, I think it would be the same discussion with the planning board or the town board.
What if I were to tear it down and just build a mansion on 14 acres?
with no road?
No, you still
Yeah,
have an
right,
access
that's,
road.
that's the, it's the access road.
You'd put an access road in off of Ruffner. I tear down 1245.
Is it a
but
driveway or, I'm
Well,
sorry, is
it's
it an
not gonna be much
access road or is it a driveway or
We're
an
talking
access
about a
road?
24-foot wide paved road.
No, we're
It'd be
talking about a driveway and people have neighbors with driveways. That's normal.
You're
to
still
make
gonna,
two
you're
corner-
still gonna clear cut, you're gonna knock down a house, and you're gonna put a roadway in to get back to a house.
Seems reasonable to me because we're making two corner houses that didn't exist.
Well,
Hey,
If
I don't know
that
if
were to
that's
be
true.
proposed.
That's one thing on my list to discuss tonight, because if the golf club, if there's still different ownership on either side of the pre-existing homes, say they take down with 1245, that was a question I had. Do they really have two front yards if there's a different owner of the property next to them? So it's a question I want to pose tonight. Is your statement true that they would have two front yards or not?
Does the frontage change and the tax, like,
I'm
that's a
not,
great question.
I'm just not following what you're
So
saying. I'm sorry.
if there was a road put in and as you go down the road, you look to the left and you look to the right, and the first parcel you come to are the pre-existing homes that did not get touched on either side of 1245. To me, that would be a new front yard for each of those homes. But if the golf club is proposing owning that strip of land, they are not two front yards, is my interpretation.
The guy on the right does not have a new front yard.
Per our code, the 1253, which I don't know if you can see or not, because the land is being proposed to be owned by the golf club, would not be considered a corner lot. The other side would be considered a corner lot.
Which one would be?
I don't know if you can see my cursor,
yeah,
like
that
this one here.
That one there would be
not be.
considered, would not be considered.
Because there's this strip of,
yeah, because there's
Probably-
land there. There's a setback.
yeah, I
there.
don't know exactly how big that is, probably like 60 feet between that home and the right of way here that they're still proposing to be owned by the golf club. So yeah, to Chairman Walsh's point that one of the homes
I see.
under this proposal wouldn't be created as a zoning code wise corner lot. That doesn't take away from the fact that, you know, they would now be adjacent to a road, but their
right.
actual setback, you know, requirements would remain the same.
But out of curiosity, and this is just something that I forgot to ask before, the one that would be considered a corner home to the south?
The 1241 would be considered a corner lot.
Would their tax rate change because they've got more frontage?
I don't know the answer to that.
No, my concern is that if they want to put a shed or a pool in, now they got 2 front yards and they would need an area variance. That's
From our
concern.
perspective, yeah.
You know,
Mr. Chairman, not to get into the minutia and semantics here, but what if I were to slide the road to the north and I split that green space that now is to the north of the roadway? I divide that equally in half, so now you don't have 2 front
that
yards.
solves that.
So the club would own
that can
property
be
on
done.
both sides of the road.
Right, and that was my point. That can be solved.
Problem solved.
Right, but we wouldn't want to do that to a pre-existing home and all of a sudden have a problem when they want to have to go to the zoning board. of
Totally
appeals.
understand. And if we're going to own that portion to the north, let me split it in half and I'll put half on the south and half on the
Yeah.
north and
And that-
continue to own it by.
And it might be beneficial so it's not lined up with that residence across the street driveway
Could
to
do that
road.
as well.
That might be a benefit, you know? All right.
Certainly something we could consider.
Yeah, just want to make that point.
So I'd like to put in my 2 cents here.
Beautiful.
Looking at all the schemes, and thank you for going through some of the iterations of what you sent. The one that I go back to here and I feel the strongest about is number 2. And one of the reasons being is that when this was platted out, they put in a paper street. I think exhausting all avenues to try to use that as part of the planning is good. I am not in supportive of neighborhoods that don't connect to other neighborhoods that don't somehow tie into that. So seeing what's here, there's an access road that comes in. Yes, it does affect the end of hole 11. I think with further detailing or whatever it is, you can use that. I agree with Chairman Walsh's statement that the emergency egress onto Ruffner at that would highly unlikely be used. But again, a secondary means is required. Snaking it up through the north end of the golf course doesn't make any sense. Cutting across to Balltown or going through the parking lot, again, it just, I mean, it's nice that we saw those, but they're just not, I just don't think they're realistic. They're nothing that you're going to even entertain. And then the other plan that I think is a viable option is 3A. And the only reason I say that is because if you look at the way the neighborhoods are divided up in our comp plan, you know, that area is considered country club. And then the adjacent neighborhood is a little different. Country club is neat. It's a very tight area. It's only 3 points of access that gets in there. And you're right. They're smaller lots. They're tied into that.
Yards and bungalows. They're
Yeah.
not split levels and colonials and big
Right,
ranchers.
right.
Different style of home. They're
Sure.
16, 80-foot lots, not 100 and 120-foot lots.
Right. But I do share the sentiment with a lot of the other board members that a precedent will be set of taking down a viably good single-family home in the middle of a street. And I do think it will change the character. I was on that comp plan. I put a lot of that language in there. And I was one of the people that was part of the board that developed that plan that actually took a hard look and came up with about 20 discernible neighborhoods in Niskayuna. So that was a big change for the comp plan that we had previous to that. And those neighborhoods, you know, taking down a home is to me just it's a heavy lift. If that's what you want to go forward, that's fine. But I think you've got a couple alternatives here. And number 2 to me, I think is the strongest one, only because there was a platted road ready to go in case something to the west would be developed.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Dave. Same question for me. So that paper street, those properties, 1191 and 1219 have 2 front yards already?
Already by zoning code, they have 2 front yards.
Yep.
That alleviates my concern. They already have that issue, so you're not changing what they have.
Right.
If I can comment on I know this is something that's been brought up by board members a lot, the precedent of knocking down a house and putting in a road. I think for one, and I look at maps all day, I don't think there's a whole lot of other opportunities for this precedent to be used. And two, in my opinion, I mean, this is not a legislative board. I mean, I get that it kind of sets a precedent in the basic definition of the word, but you guys don't make laws. People can't really legally say, you made this law, you allowed this by law. Now you have to let me do it for my project. Now, I don't think that's how it works.
Actually, it is a
Actually,
little
that's
bit
exactly how it works.
That's the,
We've been, this board has been sued before.
Yeah, tell the courts that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, anybody can sue anybody for anything, but I get that somebody could sue you for that.
Yeah.
But it's different than if it was ZBA or the town. Would you not agree?
I would disagree. I mean, there's
Yeah.
even if you look at like this country on a federal level, there's committees, there's the Supreme Court, they all make decisions that aren't law, but they're followed. So us making a decision here, that's going to set a precedent because there's going to be a record of this, and someone could come in and say, hey, on February 27th, you said, yep, tear down that
I don't
house.
disagree
So
with that at all. All I'm saying is that I think it's a little bit different than if the town board or the ZBA.
But this board is making a recommendation to the town board that will ultimately make the decision.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
And there are a lot of instances where it could be.
Okay.
Mhm.
Point taken. Point taken.
All right. So bottom line, what do you think of, scheme number 2?
I've made the point before, tearing the house down, I understand that's become the trigger point here. That's a right by ownership. If I want to pull a demo permit tomorrow, I can tear that house down. We would have greater separation between the two houses at 1241 and 1249, or whatever the two numbers might be if we took down 1245,
Yeah.
than we would have by putting a road in here. Because the separation and the distance off of that 60-foot right-of-way to those two properties is narrower than we would have at 1245.
And I understand that.
So I'm not so sure those two neighbors are going to be real happy about a roadway being, we've got to take down 7 or 8 big pine trees that are currently on that lot. Going to clear cut that and open it up and put a public road between those two houses. I can create better separation and a better aesthetic look, I believe, in taking down 1245 and creating an access there than I can at this point. And I don't have I'm not going to say a lot of wetlands, but there's probably a disturbance permit that's going to be needed coming in there because we know that is a low-lying area, and that's why we've intentionally stayed away from developing in that area. We put the stormwater basins in an area that we know can handle the stormwater from a quality and a control standpoint. We couldn't put it over on that part of the property because we know it's low and it's wet. And then on top of that, we would end up disturbing the 11th green. And that would dramatically change the integrity of that hole. It's one of the tougher holes on a golf course. By shortening it up by 30 or 40 yards, it's going to make it just a simple little par 4. And right now it's got a lot of character like every hole does there. And so I'd hate to see that even be a consideration. So for those 3 reasons, I really can't support number 2. I really think that the 1245 access is less impact in total than scheme 2.
So, Mr. Sweet, you've heard from multitude of board members, and you can see that there's going to be very difficult for everyone to come up with a consensus on which plan they like. There's some consensus already on which plans they don't like, right? Which raises the question about the viability of the development.
So how do we build consensus?
We're just going to have to work through it. It's for me, it's at this point, it's, you know what, I'll say it. I actually don't need to see the engineering studies. If I could accept that you're going to do a force main with grinder pumps, either as a station or not, and bring it up to that the development from a utilities perspective can work, right? The access perspective, being that we're not able to get to, in this first discussion, consensus, right? I don't think we're going to get past that one. So if you
again,
don't,
my
so if you don't
question,
want to,
how do we build consensus? Because quite honestly, I don't believe another meeting in another venue like this where we have neighbors coming and stating the same points over and over and over
Yep.
and taking up your valuable time is moving us anywhere. So my question, how do we build consensus and come up with a scheme that's going to work?
Mr. Khan may give an attempt. I'm not certain it's incumbent upon us to build consensus. It's incumbent upon you to
You to-
persuade. And
yeah.
honestly, you failed to persuade us. And that's the simple conclusion of the argument. So,
Well, but what I'm hearing is one like scheme 3, one like scheme 2, one
but
like
there's
scheme
unanimity.
7.
Yeah,
No,
so-
none of us want to see the demolition.
yeah, so I think if you'd like us to start the clock ticking with the public hearing, pick which one you want to propose. We can call for a public hearing, and we'll make a recommendation to the board when the time comes to make that decision.
Then we would want to propose 1240 Ruffner, our original proposal.
Okay.
Demolition.
And
David?
I will note, I'm discomforted by the proposal to take down a house, but that's the access I find most acceptable.
So I just wanted to add that I think these versions that you vetted out with the pros and cons was the first real good working session that we had. We had some other sketches and some things that were kicked around in the beginning. I know you have to start with your regular plan of showing all the R1 homes in there, and you get to the ADD from there. But this one, at least in my opinion, was the first time to say, okay, here's 10 options. These top 3 kind of ranked in the upper echelon. We know what your preference is. But again, there's been projects where the applicant can come to us and say, listen, this is what we want to go with. And we make a recommendation and you take it from there. So at this point, I don't know what bringing you back for another meeting is going to be.
Yeah.
I understand your position. If they're comfortable with going forward with a public hearing, then I'm fine with moving forward with it. And I also agree with the engineering standpoint. We went through a site walk with you to see the topography. You're going to pump regardless. Where you're going to pump to was not a mystery.
Yep.
And I think the water issues, just from knowing a couple other previous projects and you giving us the history of the water service, is not the biggest hurdle. It's the sewage. And, I say we, the town, we've asked for information from previous developments. How long has this been known? Have there been sewer readings taken? There's some internal stuff that they're going to be doing, along with eventually a TDE that gets assigned to this.
Right.
So that's information. I believe the engineering can solve that. I think you can solve the drainage issue. There's a lot of land to work with on a retention basin. The average density development gives you more land to do that. Looking at where the tree lines were, again, I'm going to go back because there's been previous applicants where a paper street is shown. If it can't be utilized, it's got to be a good reasoning why. And I do understand that it does take away from the 11th hole at the end. It probably would modify it by 30 yards or so. But again, I'm going to reiterate, just the information in the comp plan, I think is pretty good support for some of the sentiment of other board members here on the decision to move forward with it. But I'm comfortable, if you want to go through with scheme number 1, to go for the public hearing.
What is so I think we're both co-leads, we're in agreement, right? My original point about the engineering utilities was based on a recommendation of the planning department. And for me personally, it gives me some level of confidence in being able to say, from the utilities perspective, the development works. I'll no longer be able to say that if I don't see that study, but I don't need to see the study. What's the clock like once we call for a public hearing? When do we have to make the recommendation to the town board?
It's usually 60 days. I would have to double check that for you in the code, but typically it's 60 days.
Okay. And that's from the day we call the public hearing or from when the public hearing is held?
Usually it's from when it's held. But typically, typically it doesn't take you 60 days after a public hearing to make a recommendation.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I think we'll be able to make a speedy recommendation.
Yeah, and that's one of my concerns is that, irrelevant what the town board decides, right? It has to go through them. And I'm not trying to anticipate what they're saying, but I would like us to be able to get to, recommend something or not, you know what I'm saying? I would like to recommend something that would work for everybody. And that's why I'm concerned about tearing the home down. We go forward with this. I mean, that's, at your risk, of course, and that's what you'd like to do. I have no idea, whether you get there or not, but I understand.
Yep.
And I would support.
So we say it's not our first rodeo.
Yeah, I know. It's a tough one. This is probably the toughest one I've been doing this for 25 years. It's one of the toughest ones
At the end of the
worked on.
day, if we take scheme 2, you're going to have a road coming in off Ruffner. If we take 1245 Ruffner, you're going to have a road coming
Yeah, I
off
understand
Ruffner.
that.
So what it really boils down to
Yeah.
is taking a house down, which
Yeah.
is a right that a property owner has.
Right. Well, you can take it down. It doesn't mean you have a subdivision behind it. as you
Understand,
know.
but I could take it down and put the road at scheme 2.
Yeah, you can take it down. Exactly. I understand that. All right. All right. So what I heard, I'm going to try to summarize, is that we decided that engineering is premature. We have confidence that it can be engineered. That's not the topic. Hot topic. We've sounds like we all have a different preference. I've heard, pretty much wrote them down. I think we all have a different preference, but one of the things in common, mostly in common, is the concern about setting precedent with the house removed, and you've heard that. And that's not from everybody. Ms. Gold supports what I heard, supports the original plan.
Yes.
And I thank you, Ms. Gold. And I hear, I hear what you're saying about the existing paper street. I can hear that. That's kind of one of the reasons I was more toward South Country Club or North Country Club Drive. But what I'm hearing is that we want to go forward with the public hearing. I think we all know what we're going to hear. Nothing new. And I don't mean that in a negative way. We've heard about it for weeks and we know what we're going to hear at the public hearing. So
Yes, so I do have a question on that legally. So everything that was privileged to the floor was privileged to the floor, but now that we're going to have a public hearing, and I know we've done this a gazillion times, right? There are certain elements that get raised in the public hearing that will give us a chance to then do some additional considerations, correct?
Correct. That's why we almost never schedule action
Right.
on the same night as the public hearing.
Exactly.
Right.
Could you repeat that?
So based on what we're going to hear in the public hearing, which could be very similar, very different from what we've heard today, right? Then based on our code and based on what we're bound by, it will open up a different set of questions or an additional set of questions that we would need to get resolved if we would like them resolved before making a recommendation to the town board. Because the public hearing is an official,
Right.
it's an official act
Right. I mean,
with a different weight than privilege of the floor.
Well, I hope they have the same weight. It's just that
Yeah,
it's formal. It's more formal.
Not necessarily a weight issue. It's the public hearings, what's going to form the basis for the decision and what would be reviewed
Right.
if it went to court.
Right.
Okay. All right. So what I heard, I just want to make sure the board is okay with this. I'm hearing that we're going to call for a public hearing on scheme number 1, right? Number 1. Make sure I got the scheme right.
Is that how it's numbered? Is that number 1?
I mean, it's the only actual full
Yeah.
plan that's submitted.
Basically,
Full-size plan.
house removal and access point on Ruffner Road at that location of the home. That's the bottom line. Is anybody concerned or disagree with holding the public hearing? So I'll take that we all agree that we're ready for a public hearing and at the request of the applicant. He heard our concern, the applicant has heard our concerns, but we're going to move forward.
Yep. Just a couple of small things. What's the WE course? And
That's the par 3
Okay.
golf course that pretty much is contiguous to the run of Balltown Road from the curling club down to the Cushing Mansion. And the driving range is part of that as well.
Okay.
So if you look at the overall, the large map, it would be the area that's labeled 9-hole WE course. And then the driving range would be to the south of that. And then the full 18-hole golf course is everything else identified that isn't marked as maintenance or woods or,
so the key thing is the WE course is a functioning part.
oh yeah,
Okay.
very much so.
Okay. I mean, why I asked, and it gets back to Mr. Drescher's comment, there was a third item that was requested, which was the overall plan for the development.
Yeah, and that's
Right.
basically, if I might, the area that we've been speaking about adjacent to John Paul Court,
Mhm.
is what we're showing as undeveloped. And that would be that portion of land that I had committed previous meetings to say that might be something that we could consider as Forever Wild, or to be used only for the expansion of the golf course itself, because we have no access to that area. And again, that's one of the frustrating things, listen, and I understand the neighbors' complaints and concerns, but there's no access to that. And we would have to buy a house on John Paul Court and tear it down. We're not going to do that. We're willing to dedicate that as a Forever Wild with the proviso that we leave it for potential expansion of that 5th hole or 6th hole in the future if we needed to. And the par 3 golf course, in deference to Mr. Romer, that golf course is used by a lot of kids learning how to play golf. It's used by a lot of beginning golfers. It's an easy way to get out and play and not disrupt the play on the main golf course. And it gives you a little privacy without being watched by everybody else on a golf course. And that's really valuable, along with the driving range.
Mr. Laflamme, I'm sorry if I interrupted you. Did you have any other comments? I didn't want to cut you short there.
Just for knowing ahead of time, if we have a public hearing and there is some new information that's brought forth, and the applicant reconsiders, let's say, your access option, 3A,
Yep.
would we have to have another public hearing?
I don't know. To me, 3A, I think 3A is quite a bit different.
The answer is
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, and it affects different people, so I think that would be wise, yeah.
It certainly does affect other people.
It does,
so-
yeah. I mean, yeah.
Notice will go to everyone within 500 feet, but they're commenting on a plan with a
Exactly.
different access.
Yes,
So
exactly.
if there's small tweaks that are kind of insubstantial to the main point, then we typically allow the modification. But if we would go with a whole nother scheme, I think you'd have to do another.
Yeah.
Laura, just clarification on that point. It's 500 feet from the area designated as the average density development, isn't it?
No, it's 500 feet from the edge of the
The entire
parcel.
parcel.
When we do,
I don't think, check Clark's slide deck.
when we
I
do
think he
like
said 500 feet from the average density development defined area.
I mean, I would hope it says somewhere.
Just so,
it
It's
says
in our code.
it says parcel in the law. Like when GE does a little tiny building on GE, we
well, that's why I was
we have
surprised
to
when I heard
notice
500
like
feet from that.
no, yeah, it's from the edge of parcel. Like we have to notice literally from the Rexford Bridge all the way down to like the south. I mean, it goes into Agostino. It's always the edge of parcel.
Okay.
I'll check that slide if that's what it says. It's incorrect.
Yeah, because it caught my attention that it was just, because I was assuming from the perimeter.
It's from the
of ownership,
perimeter.
So,
Like Balltown Road will get notified. John Paul Court, Country Club Estates, Ruffner, Hilltop. Yeah,
Great
there'll be
Street,
a lot of
Cornelius
notice.
Avenue,
Yeah,
Yeah. it'd be-
500-foot radius on a parcel this big is going to be. It's like probably like 200, 300 letters.
Would you be able to support a public hearing at the next meeting?
I can support that. I do actually still recommend having more information just based on, my conservativeness, but I also respect what the board, is asking. I can certainly put it together. I don't know if Elena had anything she wanted to add on that.
No, I mean, no, I just didn't know with the amount of mailing and your staff currently, if next meeting is doable or if you need to.
I think we can do that. 2 weeks is long enough for us to put together a mailing. Sometimes zoning board cases are that many mail outs as well, actually. So the actual physical mail out isn't probably the issue. I just, I do think that there's value in having a TDE and knowing the engineering, but I also understand, trying to really know how we're going to access this parcel. If that's what's, kind of hinging everything, then I'd understand why, you would want to take that forward. I mean, the applicant's asking to take it forward as well. I just like to have.
And I do want to reiterate, Laura, I agree with you 100%. And that's a perspective I took. There is some reluctance from the applicant to want to pay for this while not knowing which way this is going to head. And they did make a request for public hearing. I feel comfortable. Mr. Arpino feel comfortable about a public hearing. So I think we reached a good consensus there, right?
Okay. And so what I'd
Katie
like,
Brown.
so I'd like to do is, I'd like to, all those in favor of having a public hearing at the next meeting regarding this application and the proposed, I guess would be the original scheme or scheme number 1, signify by saying aye.
Sorry, just
Aye.
just to clarify that sometimes we combine the public hearing, but this is a public hearing as a recommendation to the town board on the special use permit only, correct?
Right,
Yes.
but we have to have a scheme that we're going to.
Correct.
So
Right.
that's what I'm saying. So it's scheme number one or the original. Just want to make that clear and document that we're all in favor of that. And we are all in favor, right? That's what I heard. Any not in favor? Okay. I just wanted for the record.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
All right.
Chairman.
Yep.
Thank you, board members.
All right. And we'll see you at the public hearing next meeting.
Okay.
And thank you, board, for, that was some good discussion. I appreciate it. All right, and thank you to the audience for sticking with us. Mr. Nicky, looks like you're up next, right? Yeah, 2209 Knott Street, the broken in site plan application, new permanent seasonal, nope, well, site plan application, and we're going to hear what that is, and we're going to have some discussion on that. Thank you, Mr. Nicky, for bearing with us tonight.
Oh, this was great. I wouldn't have known otherwise about units being built everywhere. My name is Thomas Nicky, representing the Broken Inn at 2209 Knott Street. Where would you like me to begin?
Well, I mean,
I read through the agenda. I'm sorry, the agenda statement, and there's a timeline in there. I don't know how much you want me to
no, you don't.
present on.
You don't need to do anything if you'd like. And if it's okay with Mr. DiArpino, we can go right to discussion because I think, that's fine too. And then if you'd like to kick it off, Mr. DiArpino, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I always have something to say and I'll find something in my notes, I'm sure.
Okay. So we have a new site plan that addresses a few things. One is it begins to work with the, we'll call it trapezoidal configuration of the area at the end of Knott Street along Clifton Park. So you can see that there was curved parking. There was a traffic summary. The 4 spaces that were put in by the county have been eliminated and reconfigured on the lower right-hand side. There's a sidewalk that was put in that comes around the the west side of Lang's Pharmacy that comes across. So this would also promote and keep circulation around the perimeter of the buildings right up next to the outside. There are 2 defined eating areas, one of which has 8 umbrella tables, which is the one sort of to the right. And then there's another one to the left, which is designated as outdoor dining. Correct?
No.
No?
Close though.
Okay.
Everything's good right up until
Okay.
our most recent revision here only has 6 picnic tables in it. Those are
6. Okay.
the southernmost part of the area,
Right.
closest to Knott Street, 4 of which fall on Lang's Pharmacy property.
Okay. But the area to the left, which is labeled proposed outdoor dining area, that note, was that a
note is from the
carryover?
Previous version that
Okay.
Everyday Engineering
All right.
forgot to omit on this drawing. I apologize.
Okay. So that answers a bunch of questions. All right. So let's then just focus on the revised parking, the circulation around the building, and now what is, that's different. Okay, 6 tables.
Correct.
Sorry. Okay.
So I'm sorry, were you?
The other thing I just wanted to state was that the hours of operation did not change, correct?
Correct. They are consistent with what we've been doing.
What you had previously approved. Okay. I believe those were the main points of the letter.
Okay. The design or the curve, if you will, and the addition of parking here increases us from usable 11 parking spaces to usable 14 parking spaces, I believe it is. Let me just double check that. If it's 14 or 15. 14, I believe it is. No, I'm sorry, from 11 to 15. There's 2 on this left-hand side as you're looking at the drawing, and then another 13. Previously, or I should say existing, even though nothing is striped, as best we can count, there's a usable 11 spaces. Of the 4 that the county put in, 1 or questionably 2 of those are actually usable spaces. 1 opens their car door into traffic. The other 2 are blocked in by cars parking perpendicular to it. We're trying to improve the design. This layout is based on what was suggested to us by the planning board when we created something temporary for safety purposes to allow us to stripe. We never got to that point. In addition, I want to bring to your attention, Laura, walk over here and point this out. It'd be it's hard to make out. There's a property line right here that curves through to the front of the parking and then back around the front of the building. Everything that's within this area is Lang's Pharmacy property. Everything that's over this side here is Town of Niskuna property or right of way. We were held up originally because we had, so that's why I wanted to see about going back through things. This is also our 6th presentation. We had gone through and had discussion, made changes to the layout based on the feedback of the board and feedback of the town. Got up to and through the planning board or the public hearing, which at the 11th hour, we found out that the landlord was pulling their permission or their approval for us to utilize their space, which stopped the discussion. I'm sure you're all aware, I've been here before, hoping to have discussion resume. Since that point, the landlord, there's 2 owners of the building, have both gotten together, both approved in writing our use of the landlord's property. And so what I've submitted is a modification, it's a new application, but a modification of previous layouts that puts safety precautions in there that's visually somewhat stimulating, or certainly more so than what exists right now, that has 6 picnic tables so that people can actually sit and enjoy their time, their ice cream, whatever happens to be. And this again, all is the creation of lack of safety or having people, families sitting on the ground this time last year. I do know, or I did want to note, we got a letter denying one. We have had 3 applications. One was denied. This 3rd one is existing, and there was another one that was not denied, but is still pending. And again, I'm a little confused with this here, because based on that, we were told temporarily we could keep the safety barriers in place, which still continue to be there. We were told prior to operation of the ice cream window this spring that a site plan application must be submitted to the town of Niskuna that proposes permanent protections to pedestrians queuing along the building. Doesn't say it has to be approved, it says it has to be submitted. And so we've done that. We're now maybe 3 weeks away, 4 weeks away from opening our ice cream window to stay relevant with all other ice cream windows in the capital region. And so before we leave here today, I want to clarify that I can open our ice cream window. 2 things going on, the layout and can we open? Because as I read this right now, we can't open.
Okay. Let's stick, we'll address that in a minute. Let's stick with the site plan and the current application, right, for a minute?
Sure.
And David, is it okay to go ahead here, David?
Go ahead. Yeah.
So I just, again, I know you just for my own clarification, I need to hear it again. So there's 6 tables.
Correct.
Only 4 of them are on the property of the pharmacy, or is all 6 of them fall within the
4
property?
of them right now fall on the property of Lang's Pharmacy, 2 of which are within 6 feet of that, but they are town right of way.
Okay. All right. So 4 are on the property and 2 are in the town right away. The next question is just again clarification, because I think there's some typos as far as the details of the operation. Is there going to be outdoor dining where you're going to have waitresses wait on these tables, or is it going to be go to the window and order something and sit
At
down?
this point, we're not proposing outdoor dining with waiters. We want to stop having pregnant women sit on the ground.
I'm just trying to make sure I
essence of time,
understand.
We can come back. and
Because the
discuss
words
that
dining,
later
outdoor
date.
dining are used in the application, even the current one.
Not from us. I don't mean not from us in terms of dining. If someone wants to go get a sandwich, call
Okay,
up and sit down.
that's why I'm asking for
They
clarification.
should be able to do so.
All right, so that's the other point. So if somebody buys a sandwich at the co-op, this is available seating for anybody
Yes.
that wants to sit down.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just need to understand. All right. All right. So it's basically community or public dining, public availability to sit and eat is what it is, not
Correct.
waiting.
Paid for and maintained by the town.
Right. So the tables will be provided by you.
Correct.
And what about the planters?
Those also everything is provided by us. The
Okay.
planters, the
It's all laid
maintenance,
out in the
cleaning,
application.
all
Right.
that.
Okay. And Laura, with the parking barriers, the town highway department's okay with that from a snow plowing perspective and all of that, as opposed to having a curb?
So I believe in your application, though, you are gonna move the parking barriers, or are those gonna be permanent? Those are gonna be
No,
permanent?
So we're utilizing the same plastic parking barriers, the water fillable ones. When we have planters, those are wood framed with a planter that drops on the top, but the base of that is still the same water-based jersey barrier.
So you
inside
just
it.
build a box over top of those?
Correct, and then
jersey
we'll
barriers?
remove
Yeah.
those boxes in the winter, the water barrier will still be there.
And where will they be?
We have,
So can you pull up the, Laura?
oh, sorry.
pull up the drawing?
I don't think
Yeah.
we should remove the boxes in the winter because I've gotten a couple complaints from people about the unsightliness of those water barriers. Yeah, just,
That would be fine, except that you're gonna run into significant issues with people banging their car into them in the winter, and we'll have to build them year after year after year.
yeah, but I think that having the temporary barriers for 6 months of the year will be problematic.
By whom?
By it being in our town center overlay district for an extended period of time.
Okay, I do know we got the approval of the landlord to keep them there. In fact, it was the landlord's suggestion that we keep them there during the winter months,
Yeah,
looking as is.
so the town center overlay district, though, it's meant to kind of have a cohesive look during construction, during sort of figuring out how the ice cream window was working. Safety was the important thing. The water barriers did their job. And I don't vote, but my recommendation would be that we wouldn't allow those to be a permanent situation there because essentially they sort of look like construction's happening. And that wouldn't be a look that we would want for our town center. It wouldn't be a look we'd really want anywhere in our town, really. But especially in our town center overlay district when we're trying to have, the beauty of the, potential tables, the upgrades to the awnings and everything. Every good thing that we've done out there, I think, is detracted by those barriers.
Your opinion, no?
That's
I
my-
agree with that opinion. So if we have to do barriers because a curb cannot be accomplished, I think it should be something that looks more permanent and doesn't necessarily change with the seasons. But I would personally prefer a curb. And I know that the topography of the site makes that challenging, but the curb is pushed out a bit from the building now. Can we not slope a concrete pad in front of your building such that you can accomplish a 6-inch curb?
So what you would have, we'd have no access to our door. This is when they just repaved this and put a stamped sidewalk area in.
Yeah.
They couldn't raise it. This is with Metroplex and their design, if you will, since they're the ones who funded and created it.
And that curb, sorry to interrupt, Mr. Nicky, but
Yeah.
I'm looking at an overhead view of the rendering that you provided. It's a few slides down.
Yep.
Does that curb extend along that concrete walkway toward the intersection of Clifton Park and Knott Street?
It does not. In fact, they stopped at the corner point, if you will, of the building. So
Okay.
That is not right there, yeah.
So the concrete
sidewalk does not
path
actually exist.
pictured, that does not exist.
not a curb.
Is that all stamped?
No, nothing.
There's nothing there?
Asphalt, straight to the.
Correct.
And they just striped 4 spaces facing Knott Street?
Nothing's been striped.
Oh, I thought you said they
We've been-
proposed 4.
We've been unstriped since we
Okay.
opened.
Okay,
Next year will
good,
be 1 year.
good.
Or next week will be 1 year.
Yeah, good, okay. So they never constructed that stamped
No,
island?
they did. There's 4 demarcated areas right on the end of the sidewalk.
Yeah,
That
aren't
was
those
part
all
of the.
striped?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
part of the count Langs. I know they parked their van there. There's.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're talking about this.
We're talking on the
south
right-hand side, yes.
He's talking about existing.
Correct.
Sorry,
The other clarification, and I've done this measurement with Mr. Nicky because I went over with some tape measures with him. It's very flat there.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's extremely flat. So I would love to see a curb there. I just don't think you have the slope from where your building is
Yeah.
at the doorway to come outward to get a curb drop to
Yeah.
the street level.
No, you're
because
dealing with
it's
a trench drain. and
Yeah, so
moving
it's-
water and yeah.
I
It's
mean, I recall
very-
that was the fundamental issue as to why we,
Right.
even when we used to debate that previous drawing that looked like it had a curb, it couldn't have been.
correct.
So then we need a permanent barrier.
Yeah.
That's our only option.
Ballards even, you know?
And I support everything Laura's saying about it being something that looks good year round and that it's not subject to the tenant or the property owner's year in and year out maintenance and removal and reinstallation around the
Is that
change
something
of
that the
seasons.
town would fund?
No, I don't think so.
So what I'll propose then is to keep this as is.
Well, if I may, Mr. Nicky, I think a lot of what has been accommodated for your business has been temporary in nature because the town and this board, I think, supports the efforts you're making to create a nice dining establishment in this town center overlay district. That being said, the long-term pedestrian safety, when we're talking about approving a final site plan, is a factor that is, I mean, really, it's got to be accomplished by the same standard that we would hold any other.
I'm not asking for it, nothing. What I'm saying is, and safety is how we got here. Safety
Yeah.
is my top priority.
Yeah.
So what we're talking about here are, I believe, 9 water barricades that are framed with wood for an aesthetic view. And in front of every parking space, we're putting in a parking bumper as well for an additional line of safety, which is not a curb. You can still walk between those to be able to access this area. But we're talking about 15 parking bumpers. We're talking about 9 Jersey barricades, which are, built out for an aesthetic view that looks good.
And I think Laura was just saying the boxes that you put around a Jersey barricade, that would be part of.
Yeah.
That would be part of a permanent installation.
Well, that's fine. We'll have to maintain them, obviously, and we'll do the best that we can to maintain them. But it saves us the labor of taking it off in the winter. The issue we run into is if we stain them, if we paint them,
Yeah.
the same eyesore, if you will, that happens because you're looking at a water barricade may look a little different when it's paint that's coming off,
Yeah.
or when it's.
But there's other options like Trex or cementatious board, or
Yeah.
there's other options.
Well, certainly material wise there is, but ultimately, when someone's not paying attention and their bumper hits it,
Yeah.
we'll have to obviously
Yeah, I
fix,
understand.
regardless of what the material is.
All right.
Yeah.
So to back up, I think it's more of a legal question. Do we have a path to do this?
Well, that was just where I was getting ready to go, because that's why I asked the question. 4 of the tables are on the property of the owners. 2 of them aren't. And a lot of the changes are on town right of way. So we need to understand what we can do.
I mean, I think from my standpoint, my only concern is the 2 tables within the town right of way. Subject obviously to your approval on the parking and all, whatever else is at issue that's within your purview. The 4 tables that are on private property certainly wouldn't be an issue. I don't know if it would require special use permit review without looking at the special use permit to see, but from a standpoint of just what can go where, the 2 tables in the town right of way would be an issue because we don't have any provisions in our code that allow for placement of any private property. And even if it's going to be used for a public purpose, any of the municipalities that you see that allow it do have provisions in their code that allow for it, and certain procedures, applications, insurances, all of that stuff that's in their code that provides for it. We don't have that in our code.
So what then is the process to either lease that land or to update the code?
I don't think leasing the land would be doable. We just don't.
The town of Muscatine doesn't lease any of their property, even on a temporary basis, to an outside entity.
We don't have leases, no. We have license agreements, but that's more so for sports use of like temporary use of facilities. Certainly the town could look at putting provision in the code. I know I had talked kind of internally that maybe with the comprehensive plan committee kind of reviewing things, that it might be something that we want to refer to them for a discussion to see like what they would refer as far as, because when we look at the code, it's more than just your property, right?
Sure.
That's the town as a whole. So we might not want to allow it in an R1 residential zone, but in certain zones it may be appropriate. So while the comprehensive plan is kind of reviewing and making an update, it was my recommendation, and it's just a recommendation, that perhaps they weigh in on that and make recommendations that the town board could then later review as possibility of adding it to the code. But there is a process that to me makes the most sense, since they're reviewing kind of the overall layout of the town as a whole. Because the town would ultimately, if they were going to add it to the code, have to decide which zoning districts it would be allowed and what the provisions for that would be.
Is there a scenario then that exists in which this board would allow 2 tables in this area during the process of this code review and, the objective?
Not temporarily, if that's what you're asking.
Correct.
I mean,
Not temporarily.
we could
I
do
mean,
this
we
the
could
other
do
way
the
around.
4.
We could do the 4 as well.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
4's
so-
not an
No,
issue.
I understand. Here's my concern. We have 4 tables that sit on the landlord's property,
Mhm.
obviously. When I have a patron or anyone who's not my patron and I'm not physically, personally myself out there, and they slide a table 3 feet this way because they want to park a stroller between 2 tables, because they've got a couple of dogs with them, because they don't like the way the person next to them looks or smells or sounds. Now we have a table that's on your property. Now am I liable for that?
Well, you should move it back at the end of when they leave.
Or you fasten them so they
You'd
can't
be
be.
hard pressed to find a facility that's reset as well as ours on a night by night basis. So yes.
Yeah, this is a good discussion because I think from personal perspective here, I like the way the configuration's going, but I've mentioned this before. I'd like to see the best plan that we can get out of this sort of no man's land of a sea of parking. And I know that we've done the barriers and moved them back and forth and did that as a temporary measure. But I think it's part of this is a little bit of a lost opportunity for that little section that was labeled outdoor dining to now, what is it going to be?
You're preaching the choir, and we looked at that as a whole. We
Right.
looked at that and found some other options before we ran into the issue of landlord withdrawing support. And
Right.
then the issue, of course, of what's town right of way,
Yeah.
what's landlord
Yeah.
property. So now we have a clearer picture of that.
Sure. So just for the discussion purposes here, if you were able to fit 6 tables just in the area of Lang's property, which I think you could do if you stacked 2,
Yeah, that'd be tight.
and it would be tight, but you could maybe do that or whatever the configuration is. And then there's a secondary discussion point that allows us to carry on with this plan as to what is done with the town space or can't be done. Then I think that would give clear direction as to what would happen. I don't know if other property owners there are interested in doing something out there. I know that the co-op has for years never had a place for people to buy a sandwich and go sit that was within walking distance. They put a couple picnic tables in the back corner of their parking lot every now and then, and some of the staff use them. I'm not there often enough to know if residents are using them, but they've never had an outdoor space where somebody can go grab something and eat outdoors. And if that's an available option, especially at the noontime area, it would continue to promote outdoor use of the area and not just in the evening time when your place opens up. So I don't know if can we go down that road of,
I can speak to that a little bit,
Yeah.
to your point. I mean, I don't know, I can't speak as to the viability of it, but I do know that the supervisor has been speaking with Metroplex to see if we can create some type of pocket park or something.
Okay.
So that we would have additional tables that obviously wouldn't be quite adjacent right to your property, but, they're looking at the space to see what, if anything, that we can do to add additional seating for that area over there.
This is where I'm looking for the clarity. I'm glad we're having some discussion, because twice now I've gotten written letters from the planner's office stating that even though we presented this idea and we've spent thousands and thousands of dollars and dozens of hours on multiple revisions and got to the public hearing phase, that we then were told, thanks, we're having a separate discussion with Metroplex on their ideas what to do on town property. And so my question becomes, if we had a wonderful design that we've already paid for, that gave us extra seating, that allowed us to put a bike rack out there, and we're discussing Metroplex doing something in that space, why are we not discussing the design we already provided, since we're paying for it as well in that space, when we're a Niski unit business who's right there and not a county entity who is never going to show up and maintain this and make sure that it's a safe haven and operated properly?
So we are, we actually gave this plan to Metroplex to look at.
Yep.
But just to be fair, the project wasn't stopped because we're having conversations with Metroplex. It was stopped because there was no approval from the landlord.
I understand why
Yeah,
it stopped, but
yeah.
why are we not proceeding now? If we're looking at doing something on the town property with Metroplex, why are we not looking at doing something on the town property with the Broken Inn?
Because we can't legally.
You can with Metroplex, but you can't with us.
Well, Metroplex would be assisting with us on the town property, but it's town property. So we don't have any provision that allows us to enter into an agreement with a private business
But you could, the Metroplex can give you money to put it out there.
that the town would then have to be responsible for. Yes.
So I'll pay for that. Let's proceed with my previous drawing.
Well, we're trying to balance
Yeah.
your desire to have an improved outdoor venue for your ice cream window, which is opening imminently, with the long range goals for this area of town.
Yeah.
So
And I think our previous drawing did that because there's no financial benefit to us whatsoever. It's not a revenue generator. There's a bicycle rack, there's an area for people to sit that has nothing to do with outdoor dining or ice cream windows or any of that. It's utilizing the space best as requested by the patrons who come to the plaza, who we've been able to grab their feedback on a firsthand basis.
yeah, and beyond, through no fault of your own, as a planning board, as we consider revisions, changes to this site, we have to comport that with the comp plan and any other known issues with traffic and pedestrian safety in this area.
Mhm.
And there's one that, we haven't talked about. We haven't been able to move the ball forward at all, but it sounds like we're maybe gaining some traction on actually accomplishing some long-term goals with respect to the intersection of Crescent and Clifton Park. And when we change the alignment of parking and we change the traffic flow in this area, I would say that it necessitates that taking that process through to completion to see the downstream impacts to the renters in the apartment building just down the street who may very well walk to your place of business already or could potentially and
Work there.
and then
Yeah,
there you
work
go. And then and people who may be wanting to walk down Clifton Park, and take their lives into their hands crossing that, nebulous three-way intersection right now.
I'm failing to make the connection. We're tiptoeing on this.
No, I personally, it seems as though we're doing a great job of balancing your desire to have temporary approvals in place to continue operating and improve your offering. But in terms of granting final site plan approval, personally, I would want to reserve that for a more comprehensive view of this, not just this zoomed in look at the surrounding area of your business, but the neighborhood at large. And I mean, really, the whole triangle that's formed by Balltown Road, Knott Street, and Crescent Road, and traffic that we know comes through there on semi trucks for deliveries for the co-op.
We've taken all that into account.
You have, and I haven't said it already, so I'll just say, I think this is the best proposal we've looked at for redesigning the parking thus far. I think in terms of a solution that provides ample parking for your establishment right there in Lang's, I think this is the best one we've looked at so far, and it leaves the most open flexibility for a potential reconfiguration of the Crescent Road intersection.
I just want to highlight one thing, and I agree with what Mr. Parton said, but at the end of the day, that scenario that you drew, and in this meeting today, we hit on a lot of hypotheticals and theoreticals, which is absolutely not the right way to consider anything for planning. All right. I think the lawyers can agree. However, I mean, if you go with the 4 tables that can be on the landlord's property,
Yes.
or even convert them into 6 based on Mr. Diarpino's recommendation, right? And, either hope or expect that no one's going to move them. And if they do, deal with it when they do. I mean, we can kind of resolve everything we need to do, right? You can get your stuff. We'll work with Metroplex in the town to figure out what to do with the bigger picture.
No, why is that? I'm missing that connection. If Metroplex is providing the funding so that the town can do,
For the part that's in our right of way.
right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Why can't we provide that funding instead of Metroplex?
Well, I think it's from what I'm hearing, and please feel free to step in, Elena or Laura, but even just the placement of Jersey barriers for the safety of your patrons occurs in the town right away. And
Yeah.
it doesn't sound like we have clear guidance on a way to accomplish that currently.
Okay.
Right. I mean, you're,
No, I agree, but in the bigger picture, and I recognize the legal requirement here, we had somebody who got clipped by a car. So we put the Jersey barricade in the
Yeah.
right of way.
And there they
because
sit.
The town didn't put it in. So there's a legally, can you do this? And there's a.
We all appreciate
need to
that.
do it.
Yeah, we all appreciate
right, but I mean, we have to still approve that, right? And give you the temporary approval,
Sure.
et cetera. Right, so I mean, it's a simple, okay, I mean, you're an individual proprietor with a landlord, but the property's a town right away. So I mean, unless we want to sell him that. we can-
But I think what you're saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is you've proposed a plan that would have seating in the town's right of way. We've indicated that we're working with Metroplex to see what we can do as far as a pocket park. And you're saying instead of working with Metroplex, I will donate whatever fixtures or whatever to the town to have what I've previously proposed, but it would be town.
Yeah, what I'm saying is we had a drawing previously that would now, based on the landlord's approval, sit partially on the landlord's property and partially on the town right of way. If we go with that layout, which was far more aesthetically pleasing than anything we have now, or that we have seen, I imagine, come through from what Metroplex is going to do, and the town does what they want to do on the right of way, or puts our plan on their right of way as funded by us, and we fund and make sure that we put on the landlord's property the same part, then we can actually keep the previous design that Mr. Darpino is talking about, that had benches, that had bike racks, that had lighting, and it's uniform. It's not, hey, this is a piece that the Broken Inn put together, and it's next to this little pocket park that Metroplex put together, and then you have this, segmented little area, and we have one nice uniform outdoor area for people to come and walk to, or bike to, or bring their dog to, and sit down and have an ice cream.
Is the issue the trajectory of Crescent? Meaning we don't have the approval to turn it toward Clifton Park yet. Isn't that?
No, I think the
This
issue,
has got a nice curve.
I think the issue is, how does a private citizen proprietor of a business operate in the town right of way legally?
No.
But we're not operating.
No, I mean, have any kind of ownership, donation, equipment, right? Isn't that what the fundamental issue is?
The issue, it's more complicated than it seems, but it's also not. So long story short, I guess, is you could technically donate certain fixtures that the town can accept.
Okay.
Once that happens, it becomes town property. The town's responsible for it. The town's liable for it. That's where the issue is.
Which is what
So the
we're
town
doing.
ultimately has to decide, is that where they want those fixtures to be?
Right.
That's where they're talking about the big picture and everything. Like they're looking at the area, where is the pocket park going to be? We have your plan. It's just that there hasn't been a final decision that's made as to how we're going to do it.
Okay, so how do we become
But
part of
could
that
it happen? I don't want to say it's, a done deal and it couldn't happen. I'm just saying it's a little bit preliminary, and yes, the town is responsible. So the town has to decide where they want to place those items, should they choose to place them there or elsewhere in that area.
Okay.
So
And
we
that-
can continue the discussion.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
what I'm
would be
asking.
safe
How-
to say for tonight, if you're okay with that. But it's like the rest of the plan, we can continue on as the planning board would, and we can continue the further discussion on.
Here's what I'd like to ensure is that we have a plan to be a part of that discussion, because if we're creating this, what is really one area with someone's idea on one side and someone's idea on the
I
other
hear
side,
you.
when we've presented a full one that is consistent uniform, why would we not go that route?
Well, the way I see it is with the landlord's blessing, you are part of that conversation. You're really, your proposed development here is pushing that forward. in
Right,
a
on
sense.
40% of the footprint, yes.
So that, for that reason, I think we need to continue to develop your final site plan. And what I'm hearing from you too is that you're seeking some further temporary approval to operate in the coming spring season.
Is there a path to any permanent approval for us to put property on, to put our tables on the landlord's property?
I don't, not this plan, because this plan proposes use of the town right away. And I'll speak for myself personally, I don't see a path for final approval of any plan just due to the sensitive nature of the location of proposed new parking and changing the vehicular traffic between the Crescent, Clifton Park, and the access road to Co-op.
To clarify, there's no traffic pattern change.
Not with this design, right?
Yeah, this is like the least impactful.
The previous one.
In terms of
The previous
parking,
one.
yes, what I was speaking with I'm sorry, Ms. Finnan, Finnan, excuse me, was just the footprint itself. And the footprint itself, in terms of its look and its aesthetic look, can be consistent whether it's 10 feet wider or 10 feet shorter.
I think there's kind of like two separate things going on. So he wants to move forward, if I'm understanding you correctly, with this plan, but you want to be part of the larger discussion on the town, what we're going to do with the town right of way and additional seating. Is that fair?
Both of those things, correct. And I'm willing, if it's the board's pleasure, to reduce the number of tables or reposition the number of tables for the time being, so they all fall on the landlord's property.
For purposes of this application, you would have to.
Yep.
But like I said, we can have additional conversations certainly going forward with respect to the town's property, but just for purposes of your own site plan application, you would have to reconfigure.
And that's what I'm prepared to do. But again, I wish we weren't at this juncture. Wednesday's March 1st. John and Jack's will be open in 3 weeks, and Dairy House is open next week, which I know is not your problem.
It's snowing tonight, so.
Yeah. But I mean, but that's a separate issue that we could consider, right? That's a
But
separate.
we're 9 months
request.
into it, and I think we're looking at putting tables
All
on
right,
the
so
landlord's
anything we do,
property.
we want to phase it so that it ends up with the ultimate product, right? We
Right.
just don't want to waste time and resources.
I don't want to open the door and see another parent sitting on the ground with their kid eating ice cream.
We understand that, right? But the thing is that we can't go forward, as we just heard, with functioning in the town right away because there's not a process in place. And it'll take some time to get there and it's not going to happen before
Well, I'm not,
the next few weeks.
that's not what I'm asking. I'm saying we'll just reconfigure the table so they all fall on the landlord's property so that you can review that piece, which you can approve.
Yes.
That's all we can.
And then
Yeah.
we'll try and then we can try and loop you into the conversations with Metroplex so that, I mean, it's kind of a good problem to have, right? Like you want something to do there, the town wants something to do there and Metroplex does. So you've got a lot of entities that want to make that area better. We'll just get them in the same room and come up with a plan, hopefully that everybody likes.
That's all I've been asking. I've
Yeah.
asked Jamie Lahut that, I've asked the town that, that's all I've been asking for.
But so we're clear on direction here. This plan is going to get amended to shift tables.
Yep.
That curved configuration without striping would be what we look at in 2 weeks, correct? The next meeting.
Advise me on striping. And the reason I asked that is,
Okay.
right, we were required to stripe when we
Mhm.
got our special use permit.
Right.
We held off on striping based on, originally based on when we were opening. Then there was an issue with safety.
Mhm.
Then there was an issue with weather. And now it's one big ice path because it's town property that we can't stripe. So the landlord says, I'm not going to plow that. It's town property. So what are we doing? Well, It's not maintained by the town. It's not maintained by the landlord. There's no striping on it.
Right.
And we're under parking vehicles when we could go out there in 2 hours on a clear day and fix this problem.
Yeah, and as a practical matter, I think if you were to stripe it at the beginning of your season, there's no way that any proposal would be shovel ready by the end of your season in 2023. I don't foresee any reconfiguration of this site in this fiscal year based on what's being discussed and the entities involved. Correct me if I'm wrong, but to get Metroplex and the town to agree on a new site plan that is ground is broken on.
So what you're saying, if that's the case, we wouldn't stripe it this year?
No, you would. You would stripe this, what we're looking at, because it's not going to
Put your
change
barriers
this year.
in, you put your tables in, you stripe it like that.
Okay, but the barriers and striping that I'm doing are on town right of way.
Yeah, that's.
Well, it's part of the special use, I'm hearing it was part of the special use permit
Correct.
approval. So then you have to do in order
The
to,
striping was.
well, then you
Correct.
have to do it though.
Okay,
You know
but
what I mean?
The barriers that sit in the town right of way,
I think, I mean, we'd
Those
have,
are safety.
They're for
yeah,
safety.
I think
Yeah.
for safety reasons, I thought we had approved, I mean, I know on
It
a
was- they were
temporary basis, but I
temporarily
think it has to be done.
And now you're
Right.
telling me to
It's
make them
just-
permanent by framing them, which I'm happy to do.
Yeah, I mean,
Somebody's just got to say, okay.
But this is with the understanding that this is another extension of a temporary use, and that with the larger discussion, which may result in who knows what, that could potentially get changed if a larger scale construction project came in with alternate funding or your funding or whatever the town deems is appropriate. But that would basically, like Mr. McPartlin said, move this through basically this fiscal year building season to get that established.
Yeah.
Fine.
and there's no reason why it may not end up just looking like this
Forever.
It could-
forever, permanently, right? If you're included in those discussions with
I would love
Metroplex.
to be included
Yeah.
in those discussions.
I do have
Okay.
a technical question. I'll get it quickly in. The parking lot to the west and south. Is there a curb next to the sidewalk, the walking path?
There is, so you point two things out. Right where this dotted line is, right here now, this is 4 parking spaces.
Yep.
Right here, there is a curb.
No, I mean this way though, right?
This is the sidewalk.
Right, and is there a curb at
There is
the
a
edge of
curb,
it?
yes,
So the car's parked at the furthest to the right
yes.
and it backs up and begins to back into the people who are standing across the street. They're gonna hit a curb.
Where across the street.
That little crossing spot, yeah, so people are standing there on the sidewalk,
This is the middle of the street. This is the sidewalk.
right, on
Yeah.
the sidewalk.
Yep.
And the car backs up in that last spot
Mhm.
and starts to turn to the right. Is there something to prevent them from hitting those people?
There's a curb.
Good enough.
Yes.
That's all I'm looking for.
To confirm that there's a curb right here, right now.
Right, that's gonna go away.
We would have to pull that out.
Right, right.
We're-
I mean, after that's all done.
Okay,
You have a curb, car will hit something
yes.
before it's hit.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, I believe Laura spoke to the county and that the county would not have issue with us removing that strip of curb that runs along Clifton Park Road closest to the sidewalk, correct?
I didn't talk to them about the curbing. I did talk to them about the parking spaces that face Knott Street.
Okay.
They put those in specific to the public hearings because there was a lot of concern of public parking. But those parking spots, specifically are not very supported by our highway department. They found them to be problematic.
Mhm.
So I think they had said that they wouldn't object to us changing those parking spaces, but I didn't speak them specifically about curbing
We can't stripe unless we pull that strip of curb up.
because it's not actually on this plan, right? But there's a strip that covers the
Yeah.
parking that comes out to here.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's why when you park in that space, you open your car door into traffic.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple items that we probably, like my kind of thought is see how quickly we can meet with Metroplex and see what their timeframes are, if we can at least get an idea of where people stand. Because I'd hate for you to have to do some things that then, would be taken out again too. But I do think, like, my takeaway is if you reconfigure this plan for now to put all the tables on the private property and kind of leave the configuration, that would be the next step on this plan. But I think that, the curbing question that you have, the timeline for the Metroplex ideas, those are questions that I and Elena and town administration maybe need to work on in the next week or two.
I'm available, as you know, anytime. I'd
But
just like
but I
to
still
get the
have
three of us in the
two
room.
questions. I agree with that, but in the meantime, is the plan to go, if we got to do like either a temporary or some kind of approval to affect, being able to function this season, are we still going to stripe? And are we still going to have planters? And the planter's going to have decorative covers on them or not? It's not clear to me where we stand on that.
I
You
think,
definitely have to stripe.
yeah, I mean, my
Special
preference
permit
would
says
be
stripe.
that
Yeah.
you stripe and that you put the planters.
We-
But you're
Stripe with that
with the
curb.
curve,
That's what I'm
yeah.
saying.
Yeah.
That question, like, I just can't answer tonight
All
at
right.
this meeting.
All
I
right,
can have
so,
to look into
so an open item B, we'll get together with the county to come through that so we can finish this up to support the applicant, right? That's an open item for the town.
Can I back up? 'Cause I'm not trying to delay this. I know we're post 10 o'clock here. Can I open my ice cream window?
Yeah, I mean, I think that
The letter
is,
says I can't until I apply. I've applied. Can I open my ice cream window?
I think the whole point of that was that it wanted to, the timeline, the point of that was that they wanted the timeline to continue. If you have to open the ice cream window up with the temporary barriers for a couple of days or weeks. I don't think that's an issue. I think what we want to avoid is that that's the permanent way that that plaza looks. That's not what the planning board wants to approve there.
So yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm okay with that.
I'm comfortable with the temporary barriers like they've been before,
Yeah,
but
we
it's
got-
not going to be,
I mean, hopefully we won't need them. Like, hopefully, like we can even get there, you know, and you can start building the nice thing, you know, prior to. But I don't know that you would have to wait until this whole thing was done if it's getting close and you're moving forward. It's just that you have to understand that those temporary barriers are temporary.
Nobody likes them less than me, except maybe the Langs, and we've had that discussion out, right? So we look at them 4 o'clock to 10 o'clock, 6 days a week. Nobody wants to see those barriers there. Second to wanting to make sure I don't let a dishwasher get clipped. That all said, as soon as the county says we can yank that curb, we'll strike this, as long as that's something that I think I'm hearing is agreeable, so that it can look like this, and we'll start framing those barriers, because if those barriers look like they look now, or they're framed, what's the difference? It's just my money.
Yeah.
A little bit of time and it's my investment.
If it's
And then you
if it's
and then you
temporary,
turn
they're
around
gonna
and
look
go,
better.
"Hey,
Yeah.
sorry,
They'll look
get rid of
better.
it."
Yeah, they'll look better, yeah.
Yeah.
They look better, and even if they're temporary, you gotta lift them off and move them, you can do that. I agree.
So really all we're waiting on is the county so we can pull that piece of curb.
The county and, and some, the sketch or whatever that shows just the tables being within the property owned by the Langs.
You want me to redo the sketch?
Well, I don't think you need to redo it, but
Yeah,
make,
no,
put a
yeah,
note on it or something.
No, I think we just need a sketch that shows everything
Something
You
that-
just have to show the table's not in the town right of way.
We can do that by morning.
and take the note off about the outdoor dining. Yeah.
Because now it's clear, it's seating and it's, be used by whoever.
Yeah.
And you're not gonna have waitresses out there, so I just understand.
Yeah.
Google Maps not up
Okay.
to date.
And then, and hopefully, again, you have the discussions, you'll be part of it. And if there's the long-term solution builds off of this, that would be fantastic.
I just kindly ask that when you have Metroplex in, have me in the same time, please.
I mean, I love to have all parties together. We do the best that we can, but
Okay.
Sound good?
What am I doing? I'm
You're
opening my
gonna-
ice cream window. I'm giving you a drawing that's got all the tables on the landlord's property.
Correct.
Laura's check with the county to make sure that we can pull that curb. Once they do, we're putting the striping.
Striping.
Correct.
And
At
the-
our own risk, we can frame these barricades.
Correct.
And then hopefully
Yeah.
me and the town.
You're waiting
and
for a meeting with
Metroplex will get us in the
Yeah.
box together.
Sounds like a plan.
All right.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, and thank you for hanging out with us tonight. Appreciate it.
Not a box.
Right.
But you're not last.
Okay. Last but not final, because we got things to talk about tonight. Aqueduct Road, Rivers Ledge Senior Center, and thank you. I know the clerk had you off the agenda. Sometimes I bet you wish you stayed off of it, huh, tonight?
Yeah.
I begged for this.
You got
You
it.
know what? I do have your new one, which I can bring up if you want.
Yep. New one that's not in the planning.
It's very
Packet.
close, similar. I actually put it in the CAC packet, but they removed some of the outdoor parking.
I mean, Chuck, you got the feedback from Brett last time, right? You know where we're at. I think you guys aren't happy with the solution. We aren't happy with the solution. So, within the context of the PUD and what we've agreed to, what's right? What are we gonna do?
Yeah, and it's as most of the board members know, this has been a long story, this
Yep,
piece.
yep.
You know what I mean? We're up against a lot of things, right? I was kind of going through just like notes in general, right? When we originally kind of went under contract to purchase this property, just storyline here, 5,000 linear feet of sewage, right? 2,500 feet of water, RPZ vault, metering vault, that added up to about $3.5 million of infrastructure offsite. Obviously, that feeds our development, right? But it also helped out a lot of the community too, provided infrastructure for them to future hook up to. 4,500 linear feet of gas infrastructure was routed down the road. All again, for our development, but also provided benefit to the community. $250,000 part. Some of it was from our escrow for a PDD fee. We ran over that by $150,000.
As a community developer, we absorb that cost. I never said anything to the town. Laura knows that, but just letting the board know as well.
That last note was an incremental from 4 years ago, right? You're saying that was unexpected incremental.
Yeah, correct. And some of these things were known, some of them weren't. I'm just trying to go through some of the investment in the community here, right? Park connectivity in the phase 2, the parking lot out front, $90,000. I consider that, just a little bit of an irregular development expense. We're providing that for the community. Will our residents benefit from it? 100%, but a nice thing for the surrounding area. The going through the Army Corps mitigation, phase 2 is cut in half. That's a fact. We ended up having again some laws and different regulations that changed with Army Corps. Mitigation of a stream is something I would have never forecasted on a development. We've never had to deal with that before. Again, that's $100K over at the animal shelter, right? And the list goes on. Resurfacing the parking lot at the park, public restroom being brought off septic to a pump upgrade. Obviously, PDD fees are part of the project, but phase 1 also ran over $4 million. I mean, we built this through a time where, Peter committed to the community that he was going to bring this project through. We stood by our word. We brought the project through, but $4 million in phase 1 was something that we were able to adjust the rents with the market. A lot of people were, right? We have great leasing, so that, it was a great pivot, right? But in this project, because of the demographic we're going after, and this is coming to our point of why we're at this mitigation of the building, the underground parking garage, I know it's something I would love to extend to our residents, right? It's a great amenity, but $4 million is a cost that on an isolated seniors pro forma and a financing outlook, the only way for me to recapture that cost and make it financeable, right, or even feasible from an isolated investment is to pass rental cost off to our seniors. And, we've done senior buildings in the past. We've made great things that were great happen where the residents loved them. We also learned from our mistakes, right? And I know that, they have fixed incomes. We can't try to recapture costs long-term. We can't try to escalate rental rates because of, a building addition that ultimately, can't be financed here. So, that's what led us to where we were at. Garages and carports. I know one board member had voiced a concern about the solar panels. I never said this was a net zero development, right? So I'm not looking to gain enough solar power to ultimately power the community. There's avenues here where putting solar panel carports in there, does it reduce our overall power bill? Even if there's, X amount of dollars of, or X amount of kilowatt hours gained. I'm not saying we're powering the whole community, but it was an avenue we looked at. We're still working with a solar company on exposure things, how sun sets. I'm not a special in this, but it was an avenue we looked at. And then we have our typical garages to cover that 1-for-1, right? When Brett had said that you guys were concerned about the garages, both aesthetically and, from a perspective of, connectivity to the rest of the development, we don't build garbage. I think the board has gained that respect out of us. None of our communities are that way. To think that these garages wouldn't carry the same aesthetic feel and architectural look as the rest of the development. I mean, the first 16 buildings we built had grade level garages incorporated into them. In my personal opinion, you drive into that development, I don't even recognize the garages are there. Our architectural team did a phenomenal job, in my opinion, making that blend into the rest of the building. Doesn't stand out. These garages would be the same way. What I tried to do here with Brett, and this would violate the 1-for-1, apartment to parking, covered parking stall. But, to the boards, this is the best I can do for a mitigation. We added some more green space over there and some curb islands that kind of provide some seating areas and things for the residents on that side of the building. Although this, I think, kind of addresses some of the board's concern, I would strongly advise that I don't like it. You know, I'm trying to address your guys' concern, but I would like to provide our senior residents a parking garage, right? I think this is, I don't think this is good for the end demographic that we're going.
Well, what is this garages here, or what is this?
This is the correction, right?
Right.
The previous slide was showing the garage spot
Right.
along
So it's still garages and it's still the same number.
Same numbers. So that'd be 55 units. And I'll add to that, you know, this ultimately, although I removed the underground parking garage, I also had to clip a part of the building off, as Brett probably explained in the last meeting, which ultimately also reduced the unit density a touch. So, you know, we have worked with BBL. You know, BBL, you know, never expected underground parking to come in where it did, right? Things have been fluctuating so much with this market. You know, I believe this is the plan that would best serve the end demographic that we're going after here. But if the board strongly is against having, you know, those garages exposed to the road frontage, that's what I try to do in this reiteration, is make sure they're tucked behind the building so you don't really see them from the road.
Is it the same quantity?
That was my.
No,
No, it's not. It's a reduction. It's a reduction. Yeah, it's no longer one-to-one. Chuck, one thing I'd asked last week, and I understand what our requirements might be in the PUD side, but from your side, does your economics close if you did not build a senior building? The project economics?
Not really. I mean,
Okay.
we have a delta, obviously. Peter wants to provide this to the community
No.
too. But we do have a small delta as well.
Okay, I was asking a strictly economic question. I was coming from the perspective that, and I mean, you know, we'd have to have the discussion of what the PUD would allow. But if you're not ready to build the kind of building you originally wanted to build, right, can that be done at a later time?
Yeah, and that Brett had brought that up. So let's not trying to dive too deep in the economics of where I believe banking's going and where we're going to be at. But, you know, the rates are short term, right? You know, any developer that comes in, you know, I've always been transparent with you folks. Any developer that comes in and says rates is a detriment to a project, short term, you know, in a couple of years, we could refinance and get out of a hole on an interest rate, right?
Right.
When it comes to inflation though, right? Most inflation when talking to our suppliers, and we even have experienced this where we have to pass off inflated costs to our clients on our highway sector, is due to labor increases. You know, there was a huge labor shortage across the country. Material suppliers, ourselves, what do you do when you can't find labor? You paid somebody $30 an hour, you got to go out to the street, acquire somebody at a higher rate to fill the void. And that's where a lot of our inflation's coming from. So, you know, does this project work a couple years from now? I think we're always going to be in this predicament. You know what I mean? And you have seniors that ultimately have fixed incomes, right? I think you'll see more senior communities are going to be harder to build, especially when we're at like an inflated cost also, because we take care of quality, which I think you folks, respect. But, you know, there's no coming back from paying somebody $50 an hour and getting them back to 30, right? So I think a lot of this inflated cost is here to stay. And I don't truly think waiting this out is going to provide any benefit. If anything, it could provide a detriment to it. You know, inflation reports in the last couple months had slowly dipped, which is ultimately what the Fed wanted. But the latest inflation report just showed rises again. So, you know, we're walking a tightrope here. And I, Peter and myself and the rest of the team believe we have a project that we can get behind. It's going to serve the community, and we'd love to move forward on it.
Could you tell me how many garages are here? Because I haven't heard that yet.
55 garages?
There's
No. 55 was the original.
Yeah, remember, we haven't seen this. That's why I
Sorry.
can't, I can't see that far.
41.
55 units?
Yeah, it's
50
41. Yeah.
41?
Yeah, so
and this one, okay.
yeah, that one never got updated. But we were at 66 units. The mitigation of the design to add the parking reduced this to 55. The one reiteration that I personally liked with the extra garage along the wetlands was 55 units, 55 garage stalls, and this is providing Brett only 41. So there's
55 units, 41
Slate.
spaces
Yeah.
is what's shown here. Just maybe
Yeah,
give-
14.
41
Is
garages,
that what
yeah.
you're requesting or is that just option 2?
That was just
It's option
options. I
two.
always like I take your guys, comments and advice, and I'd like to always illustrate it.
Yep.
And I, that's what we're trying to capture here. But like I said, for providing what I believe is right to provide the residents would be
Yeah.
55 garages.
Right, and this is 50, just, again, how many apartments here and spaces? 55 and 55? Not one, the other one.
Oh,
Yep.
sorry, I'm flipping back and forth.
There. Right there.
Yes, 55.
55,
I just wanna
55.
make it
Yeah,
clear.
1 to
Okay.
1, yeah.
All right.
And the reason why he did this was our concern about that one on the side being visible from
Correct.
the road, right?
Correct.
So I just think, I think you've done a good job articulating the why. We did have this contingent on wetland approval way back when. It's not a 200 unit, or was it 160 originally? I can't even remember now.
100.
100.
Phase 1, 100 proposed in phase 2, but that's what.
Yeah, and so now we're in half of that. So inflation delta is real. We didn't anticipate that level of inflation, but even the small change here and there, I think it's the fact that you don't have 100 units that make that. So I appreciate you going through that.
Yes.
That history, and I think it does matter. The volume's different.
Volume's different, and it's I always we always try to walk the boards through a design process with us. Does it always work out beneficially? Like, this is the case where it doesn't, right? You always go in with what you want, but you guys are experiencing what we deal with a lot on a daily basis in this instance is, you don't always get to build, the ultimate project. You know what I mean? Do I think what we're sacrificing is going to affect the quality of the greater development, the PUD? I truly don't. I think this is, Rivers Ledge Phase 1 has won awards through Schenectady County Chamber and has a lot of recognition. I know it just recently got submitted as well through CBRE as well for best real estate deals for the business review. I think it's provided a lot of benefit to that corridor, right? I think it's ultimately changed that riverfront with the revitalization. I don't think the slight change in mitigation to make the second phase work is ultimately going to undermine that success,
The one advantage of having, a 1-for-1 with the garage is if you didn't have any, when you have snowfall, my mom lived in a senior apartment unit and they'd have to make an announcement through the PA, hey, everybody's got to go move their cars in the next hour to get towed. Everybody goes downstairs and they pay the neighbor $5 to clean their car off, move all the cars, snowplow comes through, and everybody moves their cars back.
Yeah.
So there's really an advantage with the garage or underground parking, because that, at least if you have 2 cars, obviously there's still a problem there. But 55, of the units, 51 units, right? 51 units and 51 cars are taken care of. 55, right?
55.
Right. So it's taken care of. So I understand that, I think the concern is, what does it look like?
Yeah.
Yes, correct. So that was my second part here. So HCP architecture has been kicked off on garage renderings. We'll have those, be able to bring them back to the architectural review board as well. They're working on those. I think what they're trying to work on right now is keeping the row housing approach as well in them, but not trying to make them super busy where they, kind of lose focus on, you don't want to gain too much attention to them as well where they're busy. So we're working on that, should have that ready for, the next board meeting that we're scheduled on. And, I just also want to make note to your point as well, I would much prefer to have, from just a liability perspective, we do heated sidewalks, we do a number of things, but to have the seniors in an underground parking facility, ADA accessible elevator up to their apartment, then have to worry about our property management staff plowing. Believe me, if I could go with any approach, right, even long-term, it would be underground parking. It's just,
It's just $4 million.
Yeah,
just for yeah.
Yeah.
So look, on that note, and let's look at this one. When someone parks, how do they enter the building? Let's say they park in the back.
So that's another part. Brett brought this up, and it was a great point by the board. So we brought that up to HCP. I had revised this. HCP has cut the building down, did a block diagram again, but when we go to do the internal layouts and stuff, we're gonna have to add a center corridor through the back of the building to create
Mhm.
connectivity to the front.
Yeah, I mean, you will.
Yep.
So if we can pause on garages for a minute, and I know David always brings this up. The HVAC and the roof of the building, it's still an open issue, right?
Yeah, so I'm not convinced that the rendering, if you want to bring up the rendering, that the way that you want to configure those roof lines with the size of the building, getting what I'm going to call clipped, truncated gables is going to work, because there's a couple developments I've seen where they tried to put up like a false parapet that's gable or short gables or raking eaves. And it just doesn't look good from certain perspectives. I think if you're definitely in a monetary crunch where, the underground parking obviously looks like it's going to go to the wayside, which is fine. But if you were to clean this up by maybe removing a couple of the materials, so you've got cultured stone that runs up 2 stories in some areas, and then you've got brick over here, and you've got hardy board. I have no problem with a flat roof, with a built-up parapet, if that's what your mechanical systems are going to be on top of the roof. They could be hidden from that level. You could articulate the building well with a flat roof design, even if that roof line maybe on a couple of the bays did step down a little bit. It's a pretty long building. So if you're going to take this townhouse, row house effect, you could streamline this and still maybe get some of the projecting, I guess would be like the little railings where the double doors are. There's some nice features I think you can incorporate that would help get the design a little bit more streamlined, I guess.
Strip it.
Yeah,
Strip
yeah,
it. There's a lot of
and
detail there.
right, and maybe take away, like, maybe you just use masonry on the first floor, and there's a band course that runs around that distinguishes that. It defines, you got some storefronts you want to use. You're going to have a projection out maybe for your bypass corridor that comes in. The unfortunate thing is that the people that are going to have the first floor apartments are going to look out and see a parking lot no matter which way they are. They're going to look at parking, or they're going to look at garages. Okay, so that's the reality of it. I definitely believe you can articulate the garages to look nice, understated, not super busy. We're not looking at huge cornices and gables and arches, and that's probably overkill. But if you were to task the architect with saying, okay, look, you're trying to do this fake roof that isn't a full gable. I don't know, maybe the full gable on the whole thing is a better way to go. The roof plans haven't been developed. So
I think we showed one where we showed the bathtub layout from
Mhm.
Ariel that we provided, and I still strongly, I've worked with Ben Nasavera and HCP Architects. I'm very confident that we'll be able to construct that. We have enough play in the ceiling height there to be able to recess that. We have enough play even in the roof profile to be able to, conceal those units.
Mhm.
And then you're always dealing with perspective too, right? Like, where's the perspectives of the project? The bike trail sits lower than the development, right? Definitely not going to see them there. And then the high point is Aqueduct Road, right? So I truly don't think that you'll see those. And after, it would also, I feel, undermine what we did with the ZBA for our area variances. And I promise them, and I'll stick by my word, that I believe this still is a more architecturally appealing product than a flat roof.
Yeah, I mean, my perspective of it, to the point that Chuck made, I just want to ensure that the HVAC mechanicals will not be seen.
They will not be seen, and you have my word.
All right.
And I think then on the garage, so if we were to have to accept the outdoor garages, and I think this would be very much contingent on what the look of them is going to be. I think shortchanging, each resident, shortchanging whatever it's going to be, 14 residents, is probably not the right thing to do,
I agree.
right?
Agree.
Yep.
Yeah,
I think
so-
you need a 1-for-1 and
Yeah, and so what does, how do you get it to look good with the configuration that had the 1-for-1? how the garage is going to look, what's the landscaping going to look like, right?
Yeah, correct.
And the important thing is, I mean, honestly, there's got to be back entrance now into the building and maybe even, I don't know, side entrance from that one off the side. We really want to make sure that the residents are, as safe and as comfortable as possible, right?
Yep. ADA accessible corridors, yep.
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 Access, make sure the access
Is there,
makes sense.
is there enough room to have an area like, so they go grocery shopping, right? You can put your car in a garage and carry your groceries across the parking lot. Is there an opportunity to have where they could pull up with there's an awning to go in the back entranceway where they could carry their groceries and set them down and go park their car?
So Brett had brought that up, and it's something that we could look. There is the opportunity in the back of the building where I think that's the most central location of the building. If I add that corridor there, I don't like to build. I personally, and Peter, I asked Peter because Brett brought this up, creating almost like a hotel style drop. I think it would take away from the architecture of it. But what we can do is they make pretty slick looking prefabricated canopies that are integrated with tiebacks and stuff. I could provide.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more concerned about, to be able to stop there and offload
And drop
something.
off, yeah. So if that's the case, and I was gonna say we could make that covered. I mean, typical projection per
All right.
code covers you at 5 feet, but we could look at something that brought you out a little further to connect the ramp. And we could do that, drop off point, van, drop off.
Yeah, something to consider. And that's,
Might be,
when you're doing the rework.
We do shopping carts and stuff as well at our, we have shopping carts that they keep right at the lobby doors. So when they
yeah.
drop things off, they can transfer their groceries. They bring them to the elevators. And go up.
Exactly.
Chuck, you just represent regarding financing and debt markets. I just want to make it clear, this is a separate tax lot, right? You're going to have a standalone, you're going to have a debt.
Yeah, that's correct. It's a
Separate tax lot.
yes. And there's no way to there's no way to blend phase 1 and phase 2 in an isolated.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what part of
Volume issue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Quick question. What would, just remind us the intended commercial tenants? I know there was talk about a diner and there's less room for that. So what's the thought on this?
Yeah, so right now with the latest layout, and you can kind of see we changed the first floor in that corner to more of a commercial look with storefront glass. So Peter wants to do a retro style diner that I think would tie into the residence well. So it'd be kind of the polished chrome look, the 50s style, affordable, right? Just a regular breakfast, kind of like what is it, Peter Paws, Schenectady, something that kind of, fair. And we're putting out a survey soon for the residents that we have on phase 1 and kind of getting their feedback as well. But we believe that would be a good.
But that would be the location of it where you got the coffee
corner.
stop.
Yep.
Right.
So it'd be the frontage would be, I can share that for the board the next time we come in. The frontage there would be the diner, right? The back side we've isolated, if we can go back to the site plan, the back side of that L shape is our clubhouse and amenities, right? So we've isolated that space now down to that end with the new parking layout because it provided some, parking on the front here, parking along the road. And then, that provides a corridor and separation for the residents not to smell the bacon and all that
Yeah.
stuff.
What's your
Smell-
nominal garage height going to be about?
Garage height?
Yeah.
I don't know that. I can
Okay.
dig into that with HCP. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I have one additional comment. That's lighting for the garages. I think I've mentioned to the board several times, and maybe Mr. Steenberg, there's a senior or assisted living facility off of Grooms Road over there, and they have a row of garages. And every time I go by there, it bothers me because they have an LED light between each garage door, and the color of the lights and just the look is terrible, So just, when you're working with the architect on designing the garage, consider maybe soffit lighting or indirect lighting that lets them see the garage, but it's not, doesn't look ugly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, pollution out towards the road.
Yeah, exactly.
Try to direct it towards.
Yeah,
the
whether
ground.
it's soffit or maybe it's hidden up in there with some LED lighting, so it goes this way and it makes, accents the structure.
Understood.
Yeah. So process-wise, Laura, this is all on just an action of the planning board, right?
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah, it's phase 2 of the PUD, which has a lot of conditions outlined by the town board, but it's still a site plan. You are getting a recommendation from the CAC on it, and you would have to do separate site plan approval for it
Yeah.
with a resolution. And you could call for a public hearing if you wanted, but there have been public hearings. There was a public hearing obviously for the PUD, and then there was just more recently a public hearing on the height variance.
And the height variance. Yep,
Mhm.
yep, I know.
All right, so the open item is we're going to see some concepts of garages. Yep.
Yeah.
Yes,
Right.
yep. Bring that back. I'll bring the floor plan so you can kind of see the layout of the restaurant, where it's located, corridors.
Yeah.
I'll make sure the corridors are updated to reflect the site plan as well, just with those rear accesses. And,
If you can also bring, we've asked, you did it when we went through the height variance, but even with the garages, if you can bring a height view.
yes, yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do the perspective that I did for the Outpost.
Yep,
right,
yep.
In the bike trail.
Elevation.
Yeah, so you'll have to do it from, facing west, I guess, to see how those garages look.
Absolutely. And update just for, we're at 110 signed leases on phase one. So leasing has picked up. We went through a little lull around the holidays, and the rec building's started. It's under construction. It's coming
Nice.
out beautiful, I think.
Phase one was remind me total number again? 160? No,
160.
160, right? Yeah. So you're at 110 out of 160.
110 out of 160, and our goal is to get 144. That brings us to 90% for permanent financing. So
Okay.
things are looking promising.
And then,
Freddie Mac.
yep.
Yes, yeah, yep. And then,
And then the rest are re-rentals,
yes.
right?
Another update too, the original plan with the perspective and layout of the rec building. We submitted a site plan amendment to the building department, which ultimately I think is going to get passed on to you, Laura, through the building permit process. But originally, we had that minimal setback off the bike trail, which was concerning to the board. We had the berming.
Yeah.
We went out there when we were laying out foundations, and my boss told me I was off by 10 feet. So we moved it further away from the
Okay.
bike trail, which I think everybody would be appreciative of. So
There's-
those AC condensers are also now.
Yeah. There was a comment earlier tonight about engineers getting it wrong, right?
Yes. Yeah.
You
That was
accept-
good.
you accept the full responsibility.
Yeah, yeah.
It's quite a bit further from the bike path.
Yeah,
Good.
so we added a pretty good buffer space there, and I think it still looks awesome. Good
Good.
perspective.
Good.
Will the garages be closer to the bike path than the rec building?
I do not believe so.
Property line, yes, to the path, no. Correct. I don't believe
Yeah, but I mean, we'll have to satisfy some kind of a setback there, right?
You should,
still-
yeah, you should definitely label the setback so we
Setbacks,
understand.
yeah.
It'll probably have to be the
Oh, yeah,
same
do.
process that we
And-
reviewed with the recreation building.
And you're also going to need to, give consideration to snow clearing, right? And
Yeah,
movement of a snowplow through there.
yeah, and we were always proposing, so the board understands too, we were always proposing a retaining wall back there. So one of the things we'll obviously look at too, in the design of the
Yeah,
garage,
well.
is taking into account loading with the retaining wall.
All I could say is, do it fast before this becomes a bigger cost delta too, right? So,
Yes,
get the drawings, get the renderings, and let's, this is one of those things where, right?
Yeah.
If it wasn't senior housing, right, we could potentially forego garages, but, I think with senior housing,
I think for long-term marketability. for
you
senior
can't-
project,
no,
we want it.
you can't,
And-
you can't,
and
yeah.
We don't want to build an obsolete project.
That's right.
Exactly.
Yep,
Yeah.
exactly, yeah.
That's why we have it. So
Yep, yep.
I think it's good, and I think it was worth sticking around for, and I think we made some
Yeah.
good progress tonight.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and-
Appreciate it.
And I
Take
appreciate
care,
your
guys.
time.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Take
Yeah.
care.
Okay, and thank you, everybody. Hey, I'm going to try to move this along quickly because it's been over 4 hours, but can we skip reports? You have anything critical tonight, Clark or Laura?
I do not. Well, actually, it just interestingly, and I'll have to get back to you on this a little bit. The Ritmo project wants to put covered parking, which I think Elena reviewed and doesn't think it rises to the level of a use variance in any way. So potentially we could I just find it interesting. You're just talking about that.
Yep.
Mr. Scribton just said it, is that he would like to provide covered parking somehow to his residents there. The initial proposal I gotta talk to him about, but theoretically, you might see covered parking there for
Right,
him.
but it's all gonna depend, I guess, on how he's gonna make it look, right? I
Yeah,
think
that's
that's
all-
the
Well,
key thing.
yes.
Yeah, where,
Right.
where it's put,
Yeah.
how he rearranges the parking.
Yeah.
current.
You know,
Yep.
we're gonna
All
we're gonna just slap some zinc on top of
All
some
right.
2x4s.
Please be patient with me. I got one more thing. Anything else on reports, Clark or Laura? All right, so under commission business, and I want to talk about this because I think we need some board buy-in and we need to discuss it. So privilege of the floor, I've been receiving feedback, obviously, when you read, the letters from, and I appreciate privilege of the floor, I appreciate the comments from the public, and I think we got to have it. So it's not a slight on the public or trying to diminish their input, but I think we also need some control, right? So the town board used to not have any control. I think it was last year, they went to a 5-minute and they utilized the timers there. And recently, I believe at the last town board meeting, they're also going to make a change in their process. They're going to go to 3 minutes with pre-registration required. Tell me if I'm wrong. So that's something new. I'm not saying we got to do that, but I think we should take some, at least baby steps and go in a direction where we have, we can at least limit, I don't want to say limit, but make people focus and get to the points that they want to make. We can always read the letters, but I think they can summarize their key points within 5 minutes. So I'd like to make a proposal that we instigate the timer and we go to a 5-minute privilege of the floor.
Effective at our next meeting?
That's what I was going to ask, but I want to make sure that we vote on this because I want it to be a board buy-in, not my opinion. I want to make sure it's the right thing to do.
And it's just,
Oh, yeah, okay. In 1 second. So Leslie, we'll get to you in a second, but that's was the proposal.
just the 5 minutes, not the pre-registration.
Correct. Just 5 minutes and, and we'll take it from there. We can always change it in the future, but I'd like to start there is what my recommendation is. All right. All right. Leslie, you have? comment?
Yeah. Ange used to say new comments only, and that would solve a lot of my frustration because I'm hearing the same comments time and time again from the same people.
Yeah, you could say that, but in reality,
That'll be hard.
it's hard. Yeah, it's hard to say what's new and what isn't in their mind. But at least if you limit to 5 minutes, you can ask them to summarize their letter, the key points or whatever they want to say, whether it's at least there's some control. I kind of kept track today. Most of the people were actually under 5 minutes. There was a few over.
I was gonna say it.
Yeah.
They're not typically that.
Yeah,
fast.
I mean, I think that's more than liberal is my
I do
thought.
too.
But it should be 5 minutes for each applicant or for each resident that comes up, not 5 minutes per letter.
I agree, 100%.
So if somebody wants to read several letters, they've got 5 minutes to
Exactly.
read 4 letters or whatever it is, or 7 letters.
I agree 100%. And if they're doing the other people a favor, I mean, ask them to come on in and speak, let's hear from them directly, But otherwise, Laura does a good job and Clark does a good job of summarizing. We do get the copies. It's put in the minutes. The town board gets copies. So it isn't like we don't get the information or don't read the information. So I think 5 minutes, they can summarize the information,
I just want to say, we're all a team here. I'm going to vote against this one. Philosophically, for me, I think we are the last, a board like ours is the last place where democracy and the voice of the people gets heard, right? I was disappointed actually when the town board went to, that limit.
I understand, but
And no, I just want to, say my position, then we can vote. I think a lot of what we do here, everything that we do here touches at least one person personally. And so far, I mean, yeah, so we have 4-hour meetings. I mean, look, we all suffer through it, right? I'm just saying, we've been here for even longer. But my view on it is that I think, maybe if somebody's rambling on for 20 minutes, I think then as a chair, you can actually
I don't think we
get them
see,
to
I think that's
summarize.
subjective and that
Right.
creates problems. And that's why I think the 5-minute thing is a better alternative.
If you said 3, I don't know if I would.
Yeah.
I'd probably agree with.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean,
5 is a good number.
But we have to think, we have a very diverse community. We have people with different levels of communication skills. We have people with different levels of, emotional response to what it is they're seeing
Right.
and what it is they're feeling. So anyway, I'm just saying that
But again, to your point, how important it is and having them have time to express themselves. I believe 5 minutes is adequate to do that.
Could it be that we maybe go at an even slower rate and just do, you have to read just your letter that was pre-approved instead of doing multiple ones? Because if you said most people
No.
stayed under 5 as is.
Yeah, I think the point, David made the point. So, if you got, so what if I were to come into the planning board and I got 25 letters and I'm going to read every one of them, right?
Yeah.
It's not going to work, right? I mean, give us the letters. We're all going to get copies of them. The town board's going to get copies. It's going to be in the minutes. Summarize those. If you can't do it in 5 minutes, have those people that are providing the letters, let them come on in and tell us where they stand, So I think it's a good trial. I mean, we can always change, right?
Absolutely.
We can always change if it doesn't work. I'm just suggesting that we try something. Right? Now, the only question I have, maybe it was for legal, is like when we have a public hearing, do we stick to that for public hearings and privilege of the floor? And is there any reason why not to?
We do at the town board level.
You do, so you
I
do it the
believe-
same?
Well, they just changed it to 3 minutes. It was 5.
All right, so it'd be for privilege of the floor and for the public hearing, 5 minutes.
I think
Yeah.
it's
What about that?
Okay, go ahead, Leslie.
I'm not so sure. In the past, we have had the limit only at the privilege of the floor. And I will mention, we had pre-registration way back, I believe, under Joe Landry. And it was a pain in the neck for the town clerk who had to handle it all. And eventually it was discontinued without ceremony. So I would not want to do that. I think Laura and Clark have plenty of paperwork and whatnot already.
We're not recommending that. I'm not
I
recommending
wouldn't
that.
want to go that way ever, is my point. I'm not real comfortable with saying you can only read your own letter or one person's letter.
I didn't say that either. I said 5 minutes.
No, but it's been tossed out. But I remember I used to go and read a letter from my parents. I would help them write it, but
5 minutes.
it was their opinion because they were the homeowners at that point.
You could still summarize it in 5 minutes.
Not everybody's good at summarizing, but I agree. We need to do something. I like if you've already sent us the letter, we've got it. You don't need to read it into the record. Comments
I
like
think I
that.
said that tonight. I'm pretty sure I might have said that tonight, but
The other thing I'd like to bring up is that, because I'm supportive of this 5-minute limit, I don't think we need to do the pre-registration. But when you have a lot of residents that come in talking about a topic and we have a heavy agenda with a lot of discussion items, I want to make sure that as a board, we're not shortchanging applicants on the latter end of that. I don't feel that we rush through anything. This comes with the territory. This is part of what we have to do. But if there's a way to streamline the information that's coming in, if the third person that comes up and starts talking about wildlife and that was just covered, I believe we should have the opportunity to interject to say, listen, we've heard some information here on wildlife. We know that that's an important issue. We have it documented here. If there's something you'd like to add to it, please add to it and coax them along.
yeah, I agree.
It's just a matter of setting the expectations on the front end.
Yeah.
Right. My concern is we're not shortchanging an applicant that came in at the end of the agenda period, and they're the sixth applicant here, and they don't get here till 10:45.
Yep. That's happened
Which-
tonight. Yeah.
Tonight.
My concern is creating a 5-minute time limit. I don't know if we roll back the tape, does that get us to our new business any faster? 5 minutes is a long time. I know it would have cut one or two speakers short today, but I also worry that when you create this standardized process, then people feel a need to fill the air for 5 minutes. And when it's only one or two hot button issues that we deal with on an annual basis where people are so outspoken, maybe it's better to have a less defined policy and just some tools for enforcement of a fair opportunity for everybody to speak and have their opinions heard. But you prefaced it this evening by saying, please summarize your comments, make an effort to allow time for everyone to speak, and keep in mind that we have regular business to attend to.
Yeah, that's a good point also.
Yeah, I mean, the tools for enforcement part with an undefined time is, I definitely, I mean, I know it could get contentious at times, but I think, just, well, anyway.
Well, no, it's a good view. I mean, I'm open. I mean, we go to many meetings without any issues, let's face it, right? It's
Yeah.
only when we have a controversial where we.
It's only when it's going
Right.
to change.
Several weeks more.
It's,
You know,
yeah.
We're looking in the short term.
Yeah.
Lots of meetings at this
Well,
stage.
what's wrong with you just setting the expectation on that night's agenda?
I think I did tonight, and I think they actually listened to me, right? Because
Yeah.
the one person that was reading letters, you could see he was trying to
Oh,
pick
I
up
think
speed.
several of them did,
Yeah.
but my point is, 1 week you might do it 3 minutes. Because it just is necessary, and you announce it that night. Is that fair or no? Can you do it 5 minutes 1 week and 3 minutes?
No,
another?
I'd like to stick with it. If we do it, try it for some period of time. I don't want to, instigate it for a controversial thing and then back off on it. So either we leave it
Yeah.
as it is and try to prompt people along and do nothing, or we do something. And I was suggesting the historic process of 5 minutes.
What about when it comes to the pre-registration? That sounds like a administrative nightmare, but what about like a sign-in sheet where people say, because I've noticed sometimes that a lot of people come with comments prepared, and then some people are just so moved by what's being said that they want to add their 2 cents.
I think that's what we want. I think that.
Yeah.
We had this discussion
Yeah,
at
yeah,
the
yeah,
town
yeah,
board
I-
level as well, and that was one of the things that we've definitely had people say, oh, I wasn't planning on speaking, but after listening
Right,
to the
yeah, yeah, yeah.
speaker.
Yeah. And there's a lot of good that comes out of that, because sometimes they hear something and say, oh, wait a minute, that's
I
not.
mean, how about if we just try where you just, MC it within the rights and privileges of the chairman?
I think that puts you I think that puts the chairman in a difficult place. I think some uniformity and predictability of just having a 5-minute rule cleans up, manages expectations in a way that doesn't leave you in the position of being a cop. And that's,
Yeah.
you don't want that.
I mean, I've seen it at the town board
You don't wanna do
level,
that.
when, the light goes yellow, right? Tells them that whatever, you have 1 minute left, I'm not sure what it does. But it goes red and they still get to finish. They say, hey, finish your comments, you're out of time, please summarize,
Yeah, and then you
It
get,
relieves you the duty of kind of.
yeah, and then you get letters to the editor, right?
Well,
About
Or you get
transparency.
people who say that, oh, I didn't get as much time as the other one. Like, even if you were trying to do it at 5, if you didn't have a set,
Exactly.
it's going to be 5. Well,
Exactly.
why did they get that much time?
Yeah, you
It's 'cause
let
didn't like what I
that
was saying.
person go on regarding that subject, and now you're shortchanging me, and you let them go on for 7 minutes, and
Yeah.
now I'm only, you're asking me to summarize in 3, So that's why the 5 kind of sets it a
It's a
fairness thing.
benchmark and it's
you know?
clean.
But it doesn't necessarily shorten our agenda.
No, it may not, but,
Very well might.
so all I'm saying is we could try it.
What was
The
the
only thing-
town board? I'm just curious, what was the town board's reasoning behind reducing it from 5 to 3? Because 5, to me, sounds long. I know there are sometimes substantive comments made over the course of 5 minutes. There was a gentleman who spoke this evening who gave a
Mr. Jones
nice.
was longer than 5, and so.
It was longer than 5, and
So was
but
Mr.
but he prefaced his comments appropriately, and there was, I think it was a thoughtful 5 as opposed to some people.
It was prose fiction 5, but that's right. That's right.
It's a good point.
But maybe if it was 3, he would have just gotten to the point a little
The
faster.
town board, to answer your question, I think the town board's consideration was that it was essentially mimicking what the school board does. I think the school board's maybe at 3, and that was the reason why they had gone to 3, and make sure that they could get to all the business that they need to get to, including, executive session discussions and.
And do they
Paragon.
justify that
Paragon of
by, how did they, I
Paragon
guess my
of
question is, how do they justify that?
Take
Does
it
the
too long.
loss of 2 minutes at all impair the public's ability to comment on our business?
Hasn't happened yet, so I guess it's.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't had a meeting yet where we've done it, but I think for the most part, most people stay within or under the 5 minutes. So, I mean, I don't know for certain. I guess we'll wait and see what happens, but.
I would be hesitant to institute a rule different from, I would think consistency would be our friend in this instance.
Yeah,
So if we're going to develop a formal policy, I think we should follow what the town board's doing personally.
Without the pre-registration though.
Correct.
Yeah, without.
That sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that, yes, I think that.
I was throwing out a
everybody would
sign-in
concur.
sheet as a.
Actually, planning best practices discourages that because registration discourages some people from attending or
Mhm.
speaking. So if we can avoid doing that as a planning board, as my recommendation as a planner is that we would never require registration.
I think we're all on the same page there.
I don't necessarily disagree with consistency. My only concern would be like, because this board hasn't done anything yet as far as a formal policy, that maybe it's like easing into it a little bit
Yeah.
to try it. I would also recommend if this board voted to approve a time limit, that we put that in the public hearing notice, that there will be a time limit, since, you know,
That's
this,
great
to
suggestion.
make sure that people are aware of it, because
That's-
otherwise they
yeah,
might
that's-
not,
that's a good
they might not
suggestion.
come prepared for that.
And that's why I think I started out saying, I agree with you, some baby steps. Let's try the 5 minutes. And if the right thing to do after maybe the town board has some running experience to move it further along, we can change it,
Gotten accustomed to go to bed at 1 a.m. on
All
Mondays.
right, so, I'm going to make a motion first, and I'm going to make a motion that we limit the privilege of the floor and public hearing speakers to summarize their comments within a 5-minute period on a go-forward basis, starting at the next meeting. That's my motion. Do I have a second?
You have a second.
I have a second by Mr. Scrivby Tennis. Any other concerns, discussion?
I like some gray area in your policy. Personally, I'm not in favor of instituting a limit, and if you have to do it, I think you make it smaller because we know people are going to run over.
Yeah.
So I'm not supportive of that motion, but that's my.
No, thank you. I appreciate your opinion always, you know that. All right, anybody else, comments? All right, I don't know, if Henry, Mr. Henry, you still
We
available?
lost him. He's
You have it
flying to
going?
Florida in
All right.
the morning.
All right, so let's.
I can take the role.
Yeah, let's do it with a roll, so it's formal and with the full board.
Mr. Laflamme,
What am I supposed to say?
It's a
you
vote,
voting?
yes or no, 5 minute, 5 minutes for the privilege of the floor and public hearing commencing at the next meeting. And I'm open for change. Let's try it and you got a good point. But it also give the town board some run time to see how it goes on their end. If we want to be consistent with school board, town board, and other government agencies, we can work toward that. But let's start with the 5. I appreciate that. Okay? Any concerns, legal, planning? No. Okay.
Just actually changing the topic, just one quick thing for the Mohawk Golf Club. So in the next meeting, we'll be having a resolution calling for the public hearing, correct?
no, we called for the public hearing at the next meeting.
So that's what I understood, but shouldn't there have been a resolution?
There doesn't have to be.
Okay.
When you do call for a public hearing and a resolution, it's usually in conjunction with another item.
Yep,
Like if you were
okay.
going to do sketch plan
Or
approval.
seeker, we don't have to do seeker.
Okay.
And,
All
or
right.
if you're doing seeker, but because it's a special use permit, you can actually just verbally call for the
Okay,
public
yeah, I mean, I understood what we did was we called for the public
And we
hearing, but I
also-
just wanted to.
All right, and we called
Yeah.
it, not the
ask
next
that
meeting, but
question.
Because there's no other action, we just had you call for the public
Right,
hearing.
but you called for it for the next meeting.
For the next meeting,
which one was the 27th?
which is,
Oh,
we
no.
did move the,
Brett Steenberg's public hearing on Paulsonelli.
Paulsonelli.
The
Paulsonelli
Paulsonelli
is
one
2
changed
meetings
to
away.
March 27th.
Starting to lose it after
Yeah, no.
4 hours and 40
I wrote
minutes.
it down.
Sorry. All right, anything else? All right, motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn by Mr. Scrivby Tennis. All those in favor of adjournment signify by saying aye.
Aye. Thank you,
Again,
everyone.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it.